We are on the record for the hearings and the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for April 24th. I am David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 31300, continued. Case number 31301, continued. Case number 31676, continued. Case number 31238, dismissed. Case number 31681, dismissed. Case number 31264, dismissed. Case number 31682, continued. Then moving to the supplement, case number 31317, continued. Case number 31478, continued. Administrative docket starts on page 5 with case number 31682 and goes through case number 31704. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases in the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear on one of the matters in the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. I'm going to start by explaining that we're going to call several cases out of order as they're listed on the docket. First case we'll be calling is case number 31675. Second case will be 31671. Third case will be 31674. Fourth case will be 31677. Fifth case will be 31353. Then we'll go back to the beginning of the docket. And I know the commission had some comments to make.
So I just wanted to comment, the reason we're doing this today is that Nathan is busy today and we have a commission meeting that he and I both have to be at 12:45 this afternoon. So if we want to hear these cases, well, at least I am in the room, and if we are not done with these cases at noon, we will break at noon and we will resume those cases when Nathan and I can get back from the commission meeting. But in the interim, the other cases that were not announced as being taken out or can be heard at that time. Said when we take a break, if I'm not, I don't know when I'll get back from the commission meeting, you can proceed with other cases at that time.
Okay, I was wondering about you. I don't think you indicated that yesterday. Perhaps you did, but
Okay.
that's great.
We will begin with moving to case number 31675. Application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Writing Butt Rock Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1930 and 31, Township 161 North, Range 101 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed spacing unit and or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Here's a third. Thank you. Yep. Do you guys have copies? You got them on your computer? Sure. Ready, Mr. Examiner?
You can proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota. Appearing in this matter, case 31675, on behalf of Coda Resources Operating, LLC.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC, in opposition to the application.
And, Mr. Examiner, we plan on calling 3 witnesses in this matter. And I was very organized until you rearranged everything, so. We intend on calling 3 witnesses, Mr. Examiner. First witness will be Mr. Jason McLaren, and Mr. McLaren will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Eric Kling, KLING, will be offering some geologic testimony. And then finally, Mr. Rob, is it Zabak, am I pronouncing that? Okay, Zabak, and he's present with us in the hearing room as well, and he'll be offering us some engineering testimony with respect to case 31675.
Mr. McLaren, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jason, would you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Jason McLaren.
And Jason, by whom are you employed and what capacity?
I'm the land manager of Coda Resources.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jason, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31675. And let's skip the cover page and go to exhibit L1, which is the next page in the packet. Can you identify exhibit L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Sure. L1 is just a regional locator showing the area of interest we're talking about. Just for reference, we're right up against the Montana border and splitting the Williams and Divide County lines.
And the field name is Writing Rock Bakken Pool, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's go on to the next exhibit then, Jason. Exhibit L2. As you did with L1, please describe, tell us what L2 is, and then describe what's contained upon it.
L2 is just zoomed in further to the area of interest for the specific 1920 acre spacing unit that we are proposing. Points of reference, the field was spaced a long time ago at the standard 1,280 acres, and those are denoted there in the dotted blue lines. Additionally, we pointed out that there's a couple not Coda-operated units that are spaced as 1920s by another operator. I believe that was done in October. Those are referenced there also in kind of light blue 1920 acre spacing units. And then the red line is the 3 mile 1920 acre spacing unit we're proposing in this application.
So is it a fair statement that this area was initially developed on 2 mile laterals or 1,280 acre spacing, but more recently Coda and others have been planning to develop it on 3 mile or 1,980 acre spacing?
Yep, when Coda started acquiring acreage and developing this, we were on the 2 mile laterals as per the norm back then. Working with the commission over the years, we kind of developed corridors on 3 mile laterals that contained everything within one township. We drilled kind of north and south through the center of a township where we have all of our pipelines and gathering facilities and things like that for kind of minimizing surface impact and efficiencies. And as we step out, other operators have kind of done the same thing, and we're just kind of continuing as we move, in this case, to the east of the kind of operated area where we've been for many years now.
So generally speaking, this area and other areas in the state of North Dakota were generally developed on 1,280 acre spacing, but more recently there has been a shift to 1,920 acre spacing, and in some cases there's been some 4 mile lateral development. Is that correct?
Yeah, 1920 is kind of the standard here. I know there's longer laterals being drilled elsewhere in the basin, but that's kind of what we're doing in this area.
And the engineering witness is going to discuss in greater detail the reason for switching from 1280s to 1920s. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's go on to the next exhibit, Jason. Exhibit L3. As you did with the previous exhibits, this looks like this is a blow-up. What I'd like you to do is identify it and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yep, we're zoomed in even more to the specific drilling and spacing unit. It shows there's an existing 1,280 acre well drilled by another operator in, I believe, 2012. We acquired that, and we are now the operator of that well. And then the red line outline shows the proposed area where we plan on infilling and developing that DSU further. Just a point of reference, directly to the west, there's a well we are currently completing on a 3-mile lateral there. You can kind of see off to the side of the exhibit.
Is that well a Coda well?
It is.
Okay. And you have in blue dashed lines an area surrounded by a red dashed line. Can you explain what what that's supposed to represent?
Yep, the blue lines are the existing 1,280 acre spacing units, the 2-mile laterals. We request that the Riding Rock well that is producing in that 1,280 remain, and then we overlap space in 1920 to more modernly, I say, develop the area with our modern techniques and technologies.
Now, if the commission were to grant the application that Coda has made here today for a 1920 comprised of 1930 and 31, the commission may very well ask you this, but I'll ask you, what does Coda have in mind to the north of this? How do you believe that should be developed?
I think as we develop north along the corridors I've described, there's room for a 3-mile lateral to the north of that that would fit in with the pattern that's been established.
Okay. And as far as ownership, in your proposed 1920, do you have that depicted on your Exhibit L3?
I do. Both depicted as the ownership in the operated 1280 is just under 82%, and for the 1920, it's 77%.
Okay. And the 82, I guess you do have the 82% on here as well.
Yep.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Examiner, for the land witness.
You cross?
Couple of quick questions. How long has the well in sections 30 and 31 been producing? Do you know?
I believe I said it earlier, it was drilled in 2012 by a different operator, so it's been producing since then.
And when did Coda acquire that well?
18 months to 2 years ago.
And to the extent you know, has the revenue from that well been distributed among the owners in 30 and 31?
To the extent I know, I expect so, yeah.
And if your 3-mile lateral is authorized, do you have any intentions to balance out the equities in the revenues from 30 and 31 with the owners in 19 who didn't share in that well?
I think you're going to need to divide up the equities, because I don't understand it.
Will you distribute some of the proceeds or make the owners in 19 whole for what they didn't get to receive from that well that has been producing for 10 years?
Same objections, vague and ambiguous.
Okay.
If he understands it, he can answer it, but
I guess the future development of our 4 to 5 well plan would benefit 19, 30, and 31, the owners in those sections. The existing production is, I guess, an accounting function I'm not 100% positive about, so.
Let me rephrase the question. The owners in 19 haven't shared in any of the production in 30 and 31.
I think that's correct.
Okay. No further questions.
any questions from staff?
Jason, the acreage that you have depicted in yellow, is that partial leasehold or is that entire leasehold?
We depict it, it's partial. We make yellow, so there's, shades where there's probably less than 100% interest, but through the pooling process and things like that for the existing production, we show it as 100%, even though our working interest is the, what did I say, 82%.
And I assume based on the color scheme here, you have no interest in section 18?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, I don't believe so.
Mr. Kling, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Eric, state your full name for the record, please.
Kling,
And maybe get one of the mics a little closer to that one. Yeah, that'd be great. And once again, what's your name? Eric Lee. And Eric, by whom are you employed?
Coda Resources.
In what capacity?
I'm a senior geologist.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission previously?
Not this commission, but in Utah and Wyoming, yes.
Okay. What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Sure. I'm a graduate of the Colorado School of Mines with a BS in geological engineering. I also have a PhD in geology from that institution. A little later on, I also earned a graduate certificate in carbon capture use and sequestration. I have about 19 years of experience in oil and gas, working for small independent operators as well as private equity-backed companies. Those include EOG and QEP. Both were significant operators in the Bakken. More recently, Kimmeridge Energy, and now Coda I've been at for 3 years. I'm a licensed professional geologist in the states of Utah and Wyoming.
And Eric, can you just pull the mic maybe just a
Sure.
bit closer to you and maybe slow down a little bit, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant, geologic matters concerning Coda's request in this case?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
I have.
And have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
I have.
No, for the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Eric, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. Jason discussed the land exhibits. I'd like you to go into the geologic exhibit. Let's go to G1 and first identify G1 and then briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Sure. Exhibit G1 is a structure contour map on the top of the Middle Bakken with a contour interval of 50 feet. Across the proposed DSU, the Middle Bakken is dipping to the south at approximately 50 feet per mile, or a half a degree. Also illustrated in pink is the location of cross-section AA prime. That'll be the subject of Exhibit G2.
Okay, let's go to G2.
Let's see. G2 is a two-well cross-section showing a quad combo set of logs from near the base of the Lodgepole Formation downward through the Bakken, Three Forks to the top of the Bird Bear Formation. We target the Middle Bakken, as illustrated by the light green shaded interval, which is about 55 feet thick in the proposed DSU.
And at this point in time, it is only the Middle Bakken that is the target, is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that the case with the number of other wells that have been drilled in this area, whether it's on 1280s or 1920s?
As far as Coda is concerned, yes.
No further questions of this witness.
Any cross?
No questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Zabak, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Rob, state your name for the record, please.
Robert Zabak,
And Rob, by who have you been employed? Excuse me, by whom are you employed?
Coda Resources, as a
Have been
reservoir
and are
manager.
now, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Not North Dakota.
Okay. What I'd like you to do, as the previous witness did, is briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience.
Okay, I have a petroleum engineering degree from the University of Wyoming. After school, I started working for Encana in the capacities of drilling, reservoir and completions engineer. Spent 5 years there and then moved over to Anadarko in Denver as well, working Rockies basins as an exploration engineer. Working basically every basin in the Rockies, North Dakota, Montana, Utah, Wyoming, Colorado. And then started working with Coda Resources in 2017 and have been a reservoir manager at Coda Resources for the past 8 years, working both our Utah and North Dakota assets.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning this request of CODA?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes,
And have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Rob, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit E1. Could you identify E1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes, we prepared this. E1 is showing the 1920 proposed DSU with our planned development of 5 wells per that DSU. You can see the pad location to the north. That is one we are actively working in SUA with landowners and working to drill these wells. They're currently on our drill program for October, November timeframe, just depending on timing of the drill. And then you can see an alternate pad location down to the south there. And in blue, you can see, as Jason had mentioned before, the existing 1280s with our overlapping 1920 proposal.
Okay. Let's go to E2. Tell us what E2 is.
So E2 is just a zoomed out view of what we've been looking at here. And so you can see our proposed 1920 outlined in red. To the west, as Jason had previously testified, you can see the 3 wells that we're bringing on actually this week on the Bach 24 pad. Those wells are already on our 3-mile 1920 proposal. You can also see 2 more DSUs to the west are original 3-mile wells to this area. That is what we're basing all of the production and forecasting that we're seeing on these wells, the average of those 2 Bach 34 wells. And then just south of that, what I would like to point out, you can see the 1920s that we've been developing in this area. We've drilled 33 1920 wells to date within kind of this surrounding area over the township that we're looking at.
When did CODA switch from, if there was a firm or black and white switch, from 1280 development in this area to 3-mile?
Yeah, so June of 2023 is when we started drilling the 3-mile laterals, had success with the first one. I think the commission's aware, a lot of the operators started moving toward that as technology became available and we saw the economic benefit of the 1920s, and since then we've only drilled 1920s.
Okay. And very generally, you kind of touched on this, indicating that the 1920s seem to be better than the 1280s. Can you just add a little bit more to that?
Yeah, from an economic standpoint, on the 1920s, we see very little increase in cost on the drilling side. So we add a day roughly for drilling that extra mile of lateral, and we're seeing no degradation from a performance standpoint for that 3rd mile from a production standpoint. So your incremental benefit of that 3rd mile is strong. And then as my colleague Jay Kirby had testified in case number 31472, also discussing the economic difference between the 1920s and 1280s.
And is it a fair statement to say that because the economics are better on 1920s than 1280s, you've pretty much switched to 1920s, 3-milers?
Yes, what we see in this area is 1280s are not economic at really the commodity pricing we see both today and most historical commodity pricing.
I know you're a persuasive guy, but if you went to your management and said, hey, I want to drill some more 1280s, what sort of response would you get from your management?
I'm not sure I would still be employed, but they would definitely not let me do it.
Let's go on to the next exhibit then, Rob. Exhibit, where's the exhibit number? Exhibit E3. You want to tell us what E3 is?
Yeah, so E3 is just a diagram of our type well that we're drilling. Again, I mentioned the 33 wells, but you can see here our casing program, design, and then our planned 100 planned plug and perf stages throughout that 1,500-foot lateral.
Okay. And this is basically the typical way you were drilling these wells when they were on 1280s, only with 1920s you're going a little bit longer.
Exactly. No change in any of our casing design.
Let's go on then to Exhibit E4.
Yeah, so E4, what we're looking at here is just our fluid properties that we have from all of our existing production, and then the reservoir properties that Eric had just discussed, and then putting those together for our original oil in place. So you can see within our DSU, we have roughly 19 million barrels of oil in place. With our 5 wells at what we're seeing average performance in the area of 540 MBO, we're looking at 2.7 million barrels of oil recovered for a 14% recovery factor, which is consistent with what we see across the area.
Okay, and then E5.
So E5 is taking the same average well performance that I just discussed and looking at the economics. You can see the assumptions that we put in here, $70 oil. Obviously, we're looking at a little lower oil prices today. Our average kind of working interest NRI, and then that 540 MBO oil for a 45% rate of return and roughly a 14-month payout, which all fit our hurdle rates as a company.
Now, although Phoenix is opposing your application, you understand that?
I do.
And they don't have an application here today, but it's your understanding that they're going to propose or would like to see a 4-mile lateral immediately to the north of your existing 1280, is that correct?
That's correct.
What would that mean for CODA in terms of how it could develop this area?
So as Jason and you had discussed, we own the Writing Rock well there, the historical legacy well. As I mentioned with the 2-mile laterals, we would not be able to economically drill a 2-mile lateral in that area. We've already drilled the DSU to the south with 3-mile laterals, so you would be stranding the 1280 DSU.
So the extent of the development that would take place in those two sections, what is it, 30 and 31?
Yep.
Would have already taken place because you couldn't justify economically having another well drilled. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay. So the only way additional reserves are going to be developed in sections, I think it's 19, 30, and 31, is that correct?
Yes,
Would be through 1,920 acre spacing, is that correct?
that is correct.
Now, Exhibit E6, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any cross?
Yes. Congratulations on being a graduate from the University of Wyoming, by the way.
Thank you. Go Parks.
Are you familiar with the production from the existing well in sections 30 and 31?
Yes, I am.
How much oil has that well produced?
126 MBO.
And how much water has that produced?
I am not aware of the water production.
If I suggested somewhere in the neighborhood of 480 million barrels of water, does that sound possible?
Yes.
489 million?
No, 1,000.
Thousand.
1,000, my apologies. 1,000. And on these wells to the south that you talked about, the 3-mile laterals operated by CODA,
Yes.
do any of those wells have an existing 2-mile producing well in the same lands?
Yes, they do.
Which ones?
If we look on Exhibit E2, which you can see,
And if you, when you go through that, if you can go left to right or right to left, just the section numbers are hard to read.
yes. So if we look at Exhibit E2, and then, sorry, let me make sure I'm orienting myself here properly for you, Commission. All right, so working left to right, so the DSU 4916, just to the south of where we're talking. The Stout 2004 3BH, 2004, oh man, my numbers are terrible, 4BH, the 1604 1BH, and the 1604 2BH, those all were offset by an existing legacy producer, the Passwell.
And how long had those wells been producing before you drilled the 3-mile lateral?
Those wells were producing approximately 10 years before we drilled the 3-mile lateral.
How far from the existing well bore in 30 and 31 do you anticipate to the east putting your well on a 3-mile lateral?
If it's helpful to look at one of your exhibits, please do so.
Yep. So to the east, we would attempt to offset, what we have done historically is try to offset it 400 to 600 feet. So we will look at just how this spacing lays out, and we're able to get a pad, so it's difficult to give you an exact distance that we would go for.
But historically, you've done between 400 and 600 feet
Yes.
in both directions, east and west?
We've actually been closer on the other side, so, but again, it's very dependent on the surface location and what we're able to get just based on step out for the existing wall.
And have you seen any adverse effect in your new well bores from the existing production?
We have not.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Rob, using the exhibit E1, and I understand this is a cartoon depiction, but do you intend to drill them the wells basically perfectly north-south, or are you gonna try to kick over in section 19 on that middle well to evenly space that?
So,
We kinda have shown a little gap in there. I'm just curious if you're gonna intend to slide those wells over at all.
we will keep a consistent distance, so we'll adjust kind of that orientation to be a consistent distance off the legacy. Just for the two offsetting that legacy.
And I believe if I understood you correctly, you're indicating October, November spud time. Are you intending to batch drill all the wells if this application is approved?
We will batch drill at least 2 to 3.
Which wells would you intend to drill first?
Again, that will be very dependent on what we're able to get from a surface where that location is.
After you drill those 2 to 3, do you have an estimation possibly of when you would come back and drill the remaining wells?
Not at this time.
Is the current wellbore that is producing, I would assume you're gonna continue to produce that wellbore, or would you intend to plug that well before drilling these?
We would shut it in prior to and frac prep it, and then we would come back and bring it online. What we have seen from our other offset wells, which we've done this 3 times to the south, we don't see a negative impact on the oil production, but we do see some water production.
Do you have any completion intents as far as stages being left out or adjustments in your completion plans?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on the question that David asked a moment ago, you responded to his question about the 2 offsetting wells that you keep an even distance off of the existing wellbore. Up in section 19, where you're past the existing wellbore,
Yep.
would you intend to evenly space those 5 wells in that section so you'd have a deflection of some kind?
No, we see, as long as we get the amount of wells within the DSU, we're going to drain it over time.
Okay, so you're not too worried about the gap between those being slightly wider between those 2 wells?
No, what we see on those legacy is we want to more offset the legacy. We'll actually tighten up our new wells and just see the wider drainage on those newer wells with the larger completion intensity.
Okay. And I guess I do have one quick question for Jason, since I'm asking questions now. Jason, would you be able to provide CODA's specific ownership percentages in the 3 sections individually? So section 19, 30, and 31, rather than just the combined total?
To be 100% accurate, I'd need a second to look it up, but like as I said.
You're talking about as a supplemental exhibit or right now?
Either way, whatever. I mean, if you can, even giving him a few minutes, if you can answer the question, we can jot the numbers down, but.
Yeah, I think, like I said, per exhibit, where are we here? So if we have 82% in the existing producing well, the Riding Rock in 30 and 31. So I'm looking up, I believe we have about 480 acres in section 19, which would be about 70, looking this up, I think we have about 72% in 19. And I can supplement that later with an exact number, but it's, I think, in the low 70% for section 19 on its own.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and supplement just for
I
full
want to
numbers?
be clear, I understand what you want. And I understood your question to say you wanted it broken up by section, but he broke it up by spacing unit. Do you want sections, or do you spacing units fine?
If we have each section is ideal, then we can look at them.
All right.
Thank you.
Robert, on exhibit E5, you show us your economics for a 3-mile well, and I think you alluded to a case where 1280 economics were discussed.
Yes.
What was that case number?
31472 is where we discuss the economics. I don't show in our exhibits the actual economics, but we did discuss it.
So that was a discussion, it wasn't an exhibit in that case?
Mr. Examiner, we have an exhibit that lays out the 1280 economics. After the staff has finished asking questions, we can put the witness back on to discuss that exhibit, then you'll have all the information you need.
Yeah, that was my final question.
Okay.
So
Oh,
if you-
okay.
So you're gonna call back witness, Lawrence?
Pardon me?
You're gonna call witness back?
Yeah, I'm gonna call Zach back.
Okay,
Probably do it on redirect.
okay.
Mr. Examiner, this is an exhibit from a previous case, and it's labeled as Exhibit E5 in case 31675. I think what we'd like to do is have it marked as supplemental Exhibit E, find out what the last one is here. E7. Does everybody have a copy? Make sense?
Yes.
Okay, great. Eric, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been just marked, Supplemental Exhibit E7. Can you identify Supplemental Exhibit E7 and indicate what's contained upon it?
Lawrence, to clarify, you were asking for Rob, not Eric, correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the first time I've worked with you guys. I got confused.
Not a problem. Yeah, so this is, again, economics of offset well performance that we see in the area. So one thing, just like to orient everybody back to Exhibit E2, where we have the zoomed out map. You can see to the west there, we have a 2-mile lateral that was drilled by Coda. 3 years ago, we have the performance off that well, which we're seeing. That is where I mentioned we're not seeing degradation for that 3rd mile from those other 3-mile wells that we have there. So if we go back to the exhibit that we're talking about, same economics assumptions. You're seeing basically 2/3 of the well performance, so 360 versus the 540, the 180 difference. And what we see there from an economic standpoint is at $70 oil, which again, we are below that today, you're at a 20% rate of return and nearly a 3-year payout. Those would not meet economics that we would drill the well with our hurdle rate.
So once again, confirming your previous testimony that the economics just aren't there on 1,280 acre spacing 2-mile laterals, is that correct?
Correct.
So as you testified earlier, if this application is denied because the commission wants to go another direction and go with 4-mile laterals, there's basically a 1,280, not stranded because it will have one well, but it's certainly not going to be developed to its fullest extent. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
And just very briefly, back to your economics on the 1920, the 3-mile laterals, do you believe that that supplies a fair rate of return for an operator like Coda and others who may have leasehold interest in the area?
Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. Brown, I'll give you a chance to cross the witness again.
Yes, looking at Exhibit E7, I believe you're showing a 20% internal rate of return.
Correct. That is in single well economics, yes.
Okay, that is profitable, isn't it? 20% internal rate of return on an investment is profitable?
Depending on your cost of capital.
It's just not in your business model for Coda.
Correct. When we look at economics, single well economics have to be much higher than what you would think about a return for something else, because you have overhead G&A of the company. We have infrastructure costs, so we have developed the infrastructure out here, which you can see we are running variable OpEx, $2 per barrel of water. We'd be paying a little bit higher without some of our infrastructure out here. So your water pipeline, gas capture, and everything else goes into how we think about what I need from a single economics versus what I need from our project economics.
But that's CODA's determination, correct?
I would hope,
That's your internal threshold for whether CODA will drill a well.
correct.
It's possible that somebody else would drill a well with those economics, correct?
It is possible.
If you want to lose money.
Let the witness speak. I have no further questions.
Okay, with that, anything further? Attorney Benson?
Nothing further. We'll offer exhibits if we haven't. So,
Okay, the other exhibit will now be admitted. Attorney Thorne, you can call your witnesses.
Okay, I have two witnesses that are here and one that I need to get on the telephone.
Okay.
The witnesses that are here are Mark Johnson, who is our land witness, Eric Chevy, who is the engineering witness, and on the phone will be Nick Daniele, who will be the geologic witness. Nick, are you there? Yeah, I can hear you. You're going on the speakerphone. Nick, you're in the hearing room? Can you hear me? Push headset, right? Nick, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Yep.
Can you pass out your exhibits? Call the first witness, Mr. Mark Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Mark Johnson. My address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And for whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Phoenix Operating as the Executive Vice President of Land, Regulatory, and HSE.
And have you testified previously as an expert in petroleum land matters before this commission?
I have.
And have you prepared or caused to be prepared certain exhibits?
I have.
I would ask that Mr. Johnson be accepted as an expert in petroleum land matters.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 1, please describe the contents of that and also tell the commission staff what Phoenix's objection is to this application.
Exhibit 1 has two boxes. The top box shows the CODA plan with the 3-miler proposed DSU, and the bottom box depicts Phoenix's plan for the area, consisting of a 4-mile lateral of 6, 7, 18, and 19. Phoenix's plan and most of the areas where we operate, we try to keep virgin units, I guess, together. So we think since there's been no activity in 6, 7, 18, and 19, that would be the proper way to develop this, a 4-mile lateral here. Sections 30 and 31 have already obviously been drilled. We've heard that testimony, but again, with the existing well that's already been drilled in 30 and 31, we don't think that is fair necessarily to the landowner or surface mineral owners in section 19, because they seem like they'll get the short stick since they'll be sharing in something that's already produced 600,000 barrels of fluid. I would say in the sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Phoenix has a 48% working interest in that proposed 4-mile DSU.
I have no further questions from Mr. Johnson.
Any cross?
I'm sorry, the pronunciation of your last name.
Johnson.
Johnson, okay, I thought it was, but I wanted to be positive. I didn't want to misspeak. So, Mr. Johnson, I want to make sure that I understand your testimony. You are requesting 4-mile spacing of 6, 7, 18, and 19 because you don't believe it's fair for 19 to share with 30 and 31. Is that a fair statement of your testimony?
Well, I would say we're not on the docket to space that, but that's how we would envision this playing out. That would probably be on the June hearings for us, so we don't have that currently docketed. But yes, that would be correct.
That's one of your concerns, is that 19, which you might refer to as a virgin section, is going to be sharing with two sections that are already spaced in a 1280 and have produced some oil. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Okay. But if Phoenix were to drill 6, 7, and 18, there are no wells in those sections right now, is that correct?
That's correct.
So the problem that you see with 18, 30, and 31 doesn't exist to the north, does it?
That's correct.
Okay. But what you want to do is you're not satisfied with 1920s. You want to do 4-mile laterals, is that correct?
Yeah. Our economics show 4-milers are better than 3 miles, and Eric our next witness, will get into that even further.
Are the economics on 1280s good enough for Phoenix to drill wells?
Yes, sir. We're drilling 2-milers right now
Okay. And why wouldn't you want to drill 2-milers in this area?
because it's set up where one could drill a 4-miler right there.
So are you saying that the economics are good enough in this area, but for the fact that there's a well located in one of the 1280s, you would be drilling on 1280s?
I don't have to make that I'm not going to
You
drill
have to answer my
1280.
question, though.
What's the
You may
question?
not have to make the decision, but you have to answer my question.
What's the question again?
My question is, would you drill these on 1280s?
We could,
I know you could, but would you?
if that's what we had to do, we probably would. We're drilling 2-milers now in other areas of the basin, so
Are the other areas of the basin the same type of reservoir as here?
quite similar, yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that if you think 1280 economics are sufficient to drill wells, would you agree that 1920 acre spacing economics would be good to drill wells?
Yes, sir.
And they'd be better than 1280s, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if the commission were to establish a 1920 of 19, 30, 30 and 31, and 6, 7, and 18, both operators would be able to drill better wells than on 1280s, correct?
Yes, sir.
And both operators could make money regardless of whose economics they used, whether they used another operator's or their own.
I would agree with that.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Mark, I'm going to ask a similar question, I guess. Do you know what your individual acres are in each of the sections?
I do,
Can you provide those?
right now.
If you've got the numbers.
In section 6, Phoenix owns 120 acres. In section 7, we own 482 acres. In section 18, we own 447 acres. In section 19, we own 162 acres, which what I believe Jason said, that they own the rest in section 19, so that would pencil out. And we currently have line of sight to have a deal closed this week for another 200 acres in, I believe, section 6.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, with the 200 acres that you just indicated in section 6, would that increase your working interest in this 4 mile from the 47.7 that you indicate here, or is that including the 200 acres in?
We would increase.
So over majority, do you know, or?
I'd have to do some quick math, but it'd be pretty close.
Thank you.
Mark, I missed that. So in 6, 7, 18, and 19, right now, you tested it at 40.
7.7.
Has Phoenix drilled any 3-mile wells or 4-mile wells where there was an underlying 1280 acre spacing well already existing?
We have not.
So you mentioned that it's not fair to the owners in section 19. I guess essentially I'll maybe put words in your mouth, to share their well with owners in 30 and 31 since they haven't had a well drilled in that spacing. Is that a fair assessment?
That is.
So the commission has established probably hundreds of spacing units similar to this, where there's been one well in an underlying space unit and the other one section hasn't been drilled. Was the commission unfair to all those owners?
I would say maybe they were just never contested by the other mineral owners.
That's not my question.
I would say there is a loss of fluid, which provides reservoir pressure. I mean, these are, I'm the land guy, these are questions probably for engineering more than myself, but I would just think if 600,000 barrels of fluid have been taken out of an area, and then you're pooling in someone else, that just doesn't seem like that would be equitable for those guys. They didn't get any benefit of that, and now they're pooled in with something that, starts at a negative 600 in fluid volume.
So I think you answered my question. Your opinion is that the commission was unfair to all those owners.
I would say it was unfair, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes. Would a 4 mile lateral in section 6, 7, 18, and 19 be more economic than a 3 mile lateral in 6, 7, and 18?
I believe it would. And to answer another question from earlier, when we add in the 200 acres that we should have closed in the next few days, that would put us at a 55% working interest in the 4 miler.
Objection, non-responsive, move to strike.
Overruled.
I have no further questions.
Okay, we're moving to Mr. Chevy next then?
Well, first, we're going to do Mr. Daniele on the phone.
Daniele, okay. Mr. Daniele,
Yes, sir.
you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes, sir.
Nick, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Nick Daniele, last name spelled Daniele. Work address 4643 South Alter Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237.
And for whom and in what capacity?
Phoenix Operating, VP of Geoscience.
And have you previously testified before this commission as an expert in petroleum geology?
Yes, sir.
And have you had an opportunity to examine the geologic characteristics anticipated in the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, sir.
I would ask that Mr. Daniele be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum geology.
Motion granted.
After conducting your analysis, did you provide reservoir parameters for the Middle Bakken to Mr. Shivy?
I did. Those are shown on Exhibit 3.
And those are the ones you calculated from analyzing the logs?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions from Mr. Daniele.
Any cross?
Cross.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Chevy, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Eric, would you please state your name and address for the record? And I think you should probably spell your last name too.
Yes. My name is Eric Shivey, E-R-I-C. Last name is S-H-I-V-E-Y. I'm employed by Phoenix Operating in the capacity of Vice President of Reservoir Engineering and Corporate Reserves. The address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And have you previously testified before this commission as an expert in petroleum engineering?
Yes, I have.
Starting with Exhibit 2, when Phoenix submits its application, would you describe what Phoenix's anticipated development would be on a 4-mile lateral for 6, 7, 18, and 19?
Yes, we feel that 5 wells in these virgin rock would be sufficient to drain the reserves. You can see they're depicted about 10, 50-foot spacing. We would be batch drilling this. I don't think it was directly asked by you, Tom, but we would plan around anticipating a Q1 2026 spud date.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 3. Please describe the contents of that, and I believe it's the log and the parameters that Mr. Daniele just talked about.
That's correct. It's kind of a combination of Mr. Daniele's work on the geology and my work up on the calculated oil in place per 640 based on those geologic parameters.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 4, would you describe the contents of that exhibit?
Yes, this is just exhibit showing for the commission and everyone here that 4-mile economics are superior to 3-mile economics. I know we've talked about that at length here, but these both meet our hurdles for drilling. But we feel like 4-mile development is the best in this situation, given that there's existing depletion potentially in the due to the existing 2-mile well that's been producing.
Okay, now that brings me to my next question. Have you had occasion to analyze the production history of the existing 2-mile lateral in 30 and 31?
Yes, I have.
Would you please describe what conclusions you've reached based on that analysis to the staff?
Yes, that's produced about, and I think it's been discussed before, 125,000 barrels of oil and about 480,000 barrels of water. We just feel with that produced voidage from the that existing well that could potentially lead to drilling and completion operations and ongoing production operations from other wells. There are other, sections that are pulled in with this unit.
In your opinion, as a professional engineer, do you believe that the void created by the existing well that has been producing will adversely affect the additional wells that are going to be drilled if this application is approved?
That is my opinion, yes. In a situation like this, since there is an established production, it would be Phoenix's recommendation to keep this spacing existing as a 1280 and fully develop it as that.
And did you hear the discussion from the engineer on the economics of a 2-mile lateral that was discussed on Exhibit E7?
Yes, I did.
Would Phoenix drill a well that has an internal rate of return of 20%?
Yes, in fact, we're running 3 rigs right now in the basin. One of them is currently, just that one rig actually left a 3 DSU pad. All of those were 2-mile units, and we have another rig that just spud on a 2-mile unit drilling 5 wells.
And in your opinion, you anticipate that every one of those wells will be economic?
Yes, in fact, I don't have it in this exhibit, but one of the submittals, there are exhibits indicating 2-mile lateral economics and of similar quality rock. I calculated very similar to Coda's engineer Robert there. I have about an 18% of rate of return on single well economics. What we feel is when you combine a full pad development, you develop the entire DSU with a saltwater disposal well, you look at the project economics, and that is sufficient for our cost of capital to do.
And in your opinion, could the existing 1280 and 30 and 31 be developed fully using 2-mile lateral wells?
Yes, I'd have to look at it further, Tom. I really haven't looked at the 2-mile development, but what I can say is what we would routinely do is drill 4 additional wells in an area such as this, along with the saltwater disposal well, and keep the existing well producing.
I have no further questions, and I believe I was remiss. I did not ask for the admission of Exhibit 1, and I would like the admission of Exhibits 2, 3, and 4 as well.
Exhibits are admitted. Any cross?
Yeah, just a couple questions. Mr. Chevy,
Yes, sir.
I noticed that, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Okay. On your Exhibit 4, it looks to me like you have gross economics for a 3-mile lateral, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Gross economics for a 4-mile lateral? Is that
Correct.
And 4-mile lateral economics are better than a 3-mile, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And some of the testimony that you provided, you don't have your own exhibit on that, but you would say that both 3-mile and 4-mile are better than 2-mile, is that correct?
That's correct. No argument here.
So what you're asking this commission to do is provide for Phoenix the best economics, but give Coda the worst economics.
That's one way to look at it. I would also just add, there's the element of risk. That's what we feel is when you have existing wells in a spacing unit, you keep that spacing unit. That's just our feeling.
And where does that rule come from?
That is just my, my own, thoughts on the matter.
And is that totally contrary to what the commission has been doing by granting hundreds of overlapping spacing units where 3-mile laterals have gone over 2-mile laterals?
I believe, yes, Mark addressed that question by the commission already.
Has Phoenix ever come to this commission and testified that 2-mile laterals are not economic?
I don't believe so, sir, no. I've been at the commission here 3 or 4 times, and I believe every time I've talked about 2-mile economics, and I've recommended them as being
Let me
economic.
direct your attention to case number 30696 and order number 3346, and perhaps your counsel can show you this, but I'm going to go to page 4 of that order, and at paragraph 18, it says, Phoenix testified 1,280 acres spacing units development in this area is challenged economically and does not meet its threshold. It would not proceed with development on a 1,280 acre spacing unit basis. Do you remember Phoenix ever testifying to that?
Sir, I do not. I would have to refamiliar my.
What year is that order?
February 22nd, 2024, a little over a year ago. Do you agree with that statement here today? Do
I do not.
you think it's a lie?
I don't think so, no.
You don't think it's a lie?
No.
Why would Phoenix testify to something like this if it weren't true?
That's a good question. I'll have to look at that. I was started employment here in August of 2024.
So this very well could have been testified to by Phoenix, and you just weren't made aware of it.
I've not reviewed all the orders prior to my employment here.
So your opinion as to whether 1,280 acre spacing units are economically developable is probably different than other individuals or employees of Phoenix. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair, and since I've come on board, I think the one thing we do look at, I've tended to start, is overall project economics rather than single well economics. And I think with the addition of a saltwater disposal well on location, that really does improve the overall development and economics in 2-mile laterals.
So is it your testimony then that every spacing unit that's under 1,920 acres should have a saltwater disposal well planned as part of the development?
That isn't what he said.
Well, then let him give him a chance to answer.
That's right. No, in these more geologically, I wouldn't call them, I'll call them extensional areas of the play. I think it really is beneficial, yes, to have a saltwater disposal well on location. Certainly as the core of the basin had been developed over the number of years, that wasn't as necessary. But I think now as we're moving out into more extensional parts, well, I'll tell you this, Phoenix plan is we're always putting a saltwater disposal well on locations where, or DSUs we're fully developing.
Isn't it, Mr. Chevy, isn't it more of a case when Phoenix can get an advantage over another operator and have a 4-mile lateral and push another neighboring operator into 1,280 acre spacing? That's what they're going to do.
I think that's a little unfair. In fact, when Phoenix is left with the only opportunity is to drill 2-mile laterals, we'll do it. If we happen to be forcing another operator out, I don't think that's how we're looking at it. We're just trying to really maintain virgin rock within a DSU.
If the things were reversed here today and CODA were asking for a 4-mile lateral,
25/60.
and Phoenix would end up then with a 1280 rather than a 1920, would you be here opposing it?
We would, but if push
Further
came to shove.
questions?
Any questions from the staff?
Eric, how many 4-mile wells has Phoenix drilled?
That's a very good question. We just TD'd a 3.5-mile lateral yesterday. It took us 10.8 days from spud to TD. That's in the Williams Divide area. We have not drilled a 4-mile lateral to date, but that is upcoming on our current drill schedule in the Williams Divide County area.
So your economics that you have on Exhibit 4, your 4-mile economics, what are you basing that on?
4-mile, there's not many, but there are some offset 4-mile wells that are producing in the state of North Dakota, but we've also looked at some 3-milers and tried to make some adjustments up to from the type curve, so doing some EOR per foot calculations and kind of grossing those up, or normalizing them, I should say, and keeping recovery factors consistent.
And how many 4-mile wells to date have been drilled in North Dakota?
That's a good question, sir. I'm not, I can't really answer that with any real definitive answer, but I know it's not many. But I know some operators that are currently doing Cord and I believe Continental.
So in your reserve calculations, are you including any degradation in the 3rd or 4th mile?
There is, yes. We do, as you see in between 2 and 3 miles, you will see some degradation, and that it is also baked into the 3 to the 4 mile.
What is that degradation you're,
I believe it's 10 to 15%. The limited analysis we've seen between 3 and 4 miles is there's not as much degradation between a 2 and 3 mile as there is from a 3 to 4.
so it's a 10 to 15% degradation on a 3-mile well?
It's about a 15 to 20, I think, is what I usually calculate between a 2 to a 3, and then about only a 10% or less from a 3 to a 4. Again, there's not much data out there.
So that's an addition, so your 4th mile would be 25 to 30% degradation?
Well, if you were like, if you had, call it 100 barrels per foot over the 3 miles, then I would say that extra mile would give you 90 barrels per foot. Just, using.
So to make sure I understand, so your 100-barrel scenario, so on a 2-mile well, you have 100 barrels. A 3-mile well, you're going to have 80?
That's fair, yes, sir.
And on a 4-mile well, you're going to have
That last.
70?
Yeah, that last piece would be 70, so you would average all that out. Correct.
I'll ask the same question I asked Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Has Phoenix drilled any wells 3 mile or longer than 2 miles where there's been a well on the underlying spacing unit?
The only one I can think of was Eastern, the Platson. There was, we spaced three sections together. There was an existing 640 diagonal in one unit, and there was a 2-mile stand-up in that, the northern two sections. I don't have the map in front of me, but I'm pretty sure if I'm recalling correctly, that was the only place we've done that. So we try to keep those units together.
But at some point with 3-mile development and 4-mile development in these areas, as I think you called them, the extension, there's a lot of space units out there that have been held by production. That's gonna have to happen, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
The other consideration, given the township correction lines we have in North Dakota, two stand-up 3-mile laterals can fit within a township, is that correct?
Yes, there's 6 sections, yes.
And two 4-mile laterals cannot.
Correct?
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Could I ask one clarifying question, if I may? But are you concerned with cross-sectional or cross-township DSUs? Is that is that a concern of the commission? Because we have been granted a number of those.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. It is a concern of the commission, obviously. It's not it's not the defining factor necessarily. And quite honestly, the commission grants more leeway in these extension areas, because they're economically challenged. But with any space unit that crosses a township boundary, assuming all things being equal and development continues, we're gonna run into a problem up against the township correction line.
I'd agree with that. No, I appreciate the color on that because I know it's something Phoenix will be looking at
Okay, thank you.
going forward. Thank you.
Okay, the record will remain open in this case till May 1st for supplements. Is that long enough?
Sounds good.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31675. Let's take a 10-minute break.
You are the last party.
Hey, so what do you want to do with that? So
We are back on the record.
do Formentera.
We will resume with case number 31671. Application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bockel Noonan Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish a 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 211 and 14, Township 162 North, Range 96 West, authorizing the drilling of a total of 6 horizontal wells on said proposed 1920 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yeah, I think I handed them out, didn't I? No. I'm sorry, Mr. Examiner, did you read off the Formentera?
Yes.
Matter? Okay.
You can appear now.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31671 on behalf of Formentera Operations LLC. I've handed the exhibits out to Sarah, and she's distributing to the staff. They did not hear initially when you announced sort of the rearrangement of some of these cases, but I spoke with Lynn, and she was going to call them immediately, so they should be on in a few moments.
Gee, Lawrence, while we're waiting for them to get on,
Just a second here. Maybe they. It doesn't look like. Does it look like they can call in now? Where it is? Okay. Why? Okay, right, sorry. Yes,
you yesterday had your office forward me copies of this set of exhibit packets. Is it the exact same set of the packets? It's a digital version of what's being
oh,
presented here.
yes, you know, rather than you having to ask for the geologic exhibits digitally, we're gonna try to get this stuff to you sooner. And that way we don't have to leave the record open. You will know if you have what you need, and then we just go from there. So that's the idea. It should be identical, only it's in PDF form.
It's a PDF form, so I'm gonna forward that to Sarah and probably have her place that in rather than scan these to the case file.
Sounds good to me. And if there's some other easier way you'd like us to do it, so it's easier for you, I should say, please let us know.
I would say just include Sarah on that type of
Okay.
email.
All right, we'll do that.
Because it makes the case file that much better.
I guess I have one more thing. If this lasts much longer with the wait, because they didn't know about it, we do have CODA here. We could get rid of one CODA case and we'll be done. They're willing to continue the other two. We would hear 31672, which was the first case, and then we would then move to the other ones. I'm not trying to make this more confusing, just trying to help.
Well, we have 31674 scheduled for the third case, so we could I
Swap
suppose,
it out
jump
there.
to that, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay?
I was just looking for a solution if they don't get on here pretty quick.
Oh, you were looking at doing this 672?
No, we're gonna go with 31671
Okay.
if they show up soon.
Yeah. I just have to say I withdraw.
Easy enough.
After you say we amend.
You have a dial-in for Formentera. They're waiting for you.
Oh, great, thanks. Thank you, Sarah. Lawrence Bender. Hi, Rachel. Hey, sorry, been a lot of things going on here, so I forgot to call in, so the wait was my fault, sorry about that. Okay, I'm gonna put you on the speaker.
Great, thank you.
You ready?
Yep.
Ms. Brigham,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes,
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 31671, on behalf of Formentera Partners. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter. Ms. Rachel Brigham will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Clayton Mack will be offering some geologic testimony. And Mr. Shane Farron will be offering some engineering testimony. And they are present with us on the phone.
Ms. Brigham's been sworn in. Ms. Brigham's been sworn in.
Oh, she has?
Yeah, I did it. I'm sorry. I must have jumped the gun.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, Rachel, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did I not just swear her in? Did I not just swear you in, Ms. Brigham?
I swore in.
She swore in.
Oh, okay.
Okay, am I on a different planet?
You're the only one who's is on this planet, it seems like. So, once again, Rachel, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Rachel Brigham,
And Rachel, by whom are you employed?
Formentera Corporation.
And have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
In what, and you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Okay, offer the further testimony, this witness is that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, it's going to go smoothly from here, Rachel. I'm going to direct your attention to a packet of exhibits, and let's skip the cover page. And let's skip the overview as well. That's all helpful, but that can be read later. And let's go to what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. What I would like you to do, Rachel, is please identify Exhibit 1 and then briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
Sounds good. As mentioned, Exhibit 1, Formentera Operations applied for an order amendment field rules to establish a 19-point creek in 162 North, 96 West. This map shows where this is located within Divide County. Sections of interest, which in this case are sections 2, 11, and 14. I will add a bit more context regarding our request in Exhibit 2.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 2, and as you did with Exhibit 1, identify and then briefly highlight.
Moving on to Exhibit 2, this map is a bit more zoomed in, focused on Formentera's newly proposed 1920-acre unit. It's highlighted on this map here in red and white hatching. The township is largely made up of 1280-acre units. Those are depicted on this map in blue, along with a few 640 units. Those are depicted in red. You'll see that our proposed 1920-acre unit is on pattern and uniform, joins the unit directly keeps in the effort to restructure the northern part of the township to be comprised of 1920-acre units. With that, we can move on to 3.
Okay, let's go to 3.
In Exhibit 3, this visual, you can see that the unit of focus within 31671, sections 211 and 14, working interest in this proposed unit is almost 60%, about 59.6%.
Okay, no further questions of this witness.
Any questions from staff?
Rachel, do you know what Formentera's ownership is in section 23 immediately to the south?
I don't know our exact acreage count. I do know that Continental operates a well in 26 and 35, and we do have a non-op position in that well, but I'm unsure of our acreage count.
Since your proposed 1920 would split up the spacing unit, the 1280 that currently exists for 14 and 23, do you know what, do you know how section 23 might be developed? Have you just had discussions with operators in the area?
Yes, we had conversations with Continental on a larger basis in terms of how the county may be developed. We would anticipate that they would respace on pattern and uniform as well, but we haven't had a conversation surrounding this exact unit.
Okay, thank you.
Rachel, so do you have any interest in section 23?
Yes, we have acreage. I just don't have the exact acreage count in front of me right now.
And you have not had conversation with Continental or anybody else on how section 23 might be developed?
Not yet, but we're happy to do so.
So you have not, or you haven't presented anything, I guess, of overall development plan in this area? So all the space units fit together?
We've worked with Continental on development in the township directly west, and also in 16197, just overall conversations about how those townships as a whole will be developed moving forward. So we can absolutely add section 23 and 16296 to those conversations moving forward.
You know, it would be helpful to the commission if they had that development plan, at least an initial draft, so we can look at that when we're looking at these cases where operators want to split an existing space unit, and obviously the commission can see that it's not developed. But if, let's say, Continental had other ideas for 26 and 35, then 23 would be could potentially be stranded.
Yeah, we're happy to submit a supplemental exhibit contemplating 23 in ways that it could be developed. Also have those conversations with Continental.
Yeah, if you would provide that, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Along with that, probably include your ownership in 23, whatever that percentage or acreage is.
Okay, sounds good.
Mr. Mack? Is he there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay. Do you solemnly swear as firm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Clayton, state your full name for the record.
Clayton Mack,
By whom are you employed?
Formentera,
What capacity?
on contract.
You testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Lawrence, if I can interrupt, he just said that he was on contract. We don't know what he's on contract as.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you, Clayton, let me just ask you the question. Clayton, can you spend a little time just explaining what your duties and responsibilities are as a contract person for Formentera?
Yes, I'm a contract geologist working in capacity of working in this development area. Subsurface mapping.
Yeah, we're really having trouble hearing you. Can you speak a little louder?
Yes, better.
Not really. If you could speak even a little louder, that would be better.
Okay.
That's better. Okay, so let's turn to Exhibit 4, Can you identify Exhibit 4 and briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes, Exhibit 4 is displaying a depth structure map on the middle block. The contouring is 50 feet. Within the unit, we're expecting depth range from 5,800 to 5,980 subsea, with an approximate bed depth of 0.7 degrees to the south. And highlighted on the map is the Rindell 15-9, our type block, highlighted with the yellow circle. And those units, white block.
Okay, Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5 displays the type log with the major formation top posted. Wells in the proposed unit will be targeting the block formation.
And Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 displaying the same type log, zoomed into the block and the 3-foot formation. The estimated thickness of the middle block and reservoir is 70 feet. The 3-foot first bench is 10 feet. We're expecting the thickness of the product to be consistent across the unit.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Farren,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Shane, state your name for the record.
Shane Farron,
And Shane, by whom are you employed?
former terror operation,
In what capacity?
production engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Shane, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 7. Identify and briefly discuss.
Yes, Exhibit 7 shows our proposed full development plan for a 1920 acre spacing unit located Township 162 North, Range 96 West, Section 211 and 14. If I please direct your focus in on that diagram of this proposed spacing unit. There is a mistake there, and I would ask our request that a supplement be the exhibit be submitted with a corrected diagram, but the pattern is alternating middle Bakken and Three Forks wells, and 6 wells in the DSU.
Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8 shows our proposed middle Bakken wellbore diagram. From the mapping, the Pierre Cheryl top is estimated to be around 1,450 feet. So the surface casing would be set at approximately 1,550 feet. From there, intermediate casing will be set a minimum of 150 feet from north-south section boundary. The production will be TV'd a minimum of 150 feet from north-south section boundaries.
Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9 shows the fluid and reservoir property reserves and economics for Middle Bakken well. We're expecting an initial rate of 845 barrels of oil per day. The economics were run using a flat oil price of $60 per barrel. Gas price in 2026 was $4.35 an MCF, and that drops to $3.96 an MCF in 2027. Our drilling cost is estimated to be $8.9 million. We're expecting a EUR for oil of 559,000 barrels and gas EUR of 1388 million cubic feet. With this, our expected rate of return is 32% and a payout of 28 months.
And Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 shows the fluid and reservoir property reserves and economics for Three Forks well. From our area review, we have not seen any differences in the production profile of the Middle Bakken and Three Forks, and that is why the economics are identical today.
And then Exhibit 11, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells, and protect relative rights?
Yes, sir.
No further questions off of the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Shane, on Exhibit 7, first question I'll ask, I guess, is what is your anticipated spud date for these wells?
These are on the schedule for August 2028.
The pad that's indicated there obviously would be a new build pad, is that correct?
Yes, sir. And then we would utilize that to drill all the 6 wells.
Your furthest east well, you indicated you're going to update this diagram, but is that going to be a Three Forks well or a Middle Bakken and then alternate from there west?
So the farthest west well will be Middle Bakken, and then we will alternate from there.
Your furthest east well, you're going to drill inside the hard lines, I assume? I know it depicts that it's outside.
Yes, sir. It will be 600 feet from that east hard line for east section line.
The two middle wells that are indicated, are they stacked laterals, Middle Bakken and Three Forks, or are they just accidentally shown in this diagram as being right beside each other?
Yes, that they are not stacked. So the intermediate and the proposed intermediate and TD points for the laterals are correct. It is the sticks that are not. So if you can see the intermediate casing points there, show that they are not to be stacked.
Okay, I think your updated diagram will probably answer the rest of my questions, so thank you.
Okay, we will leave the record open until May 1st. Is that enough time?
Sounds good, Mr. Examiner.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31671.
Mr. Examiner, when we, I think, started it this morning, we were talking about hearing 31674 at this time, but that is a case we're going to ask to be continued until May, I believe. So what we would request is that you take 31672 out of order, slip that into this slot, and the plan is that Phoenix had some problems with that portion of that application, but we're going to withdraw that portion. I believe the sections we're going to withdraw are 14. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So we will move to case number 31672. Application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Alcabo Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish 5 19-20-acre spacing units comprised of sections 19, 30, and 31, sections 20, 29, and 32, sections 21, 28, and 33, sections 22, 27, and 34, and sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, Coda Resources Operating LLC.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 1056 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC.
And Mr. Examiner, at this point in time, Coda Resources Operating LLC would withdraw from this applications those lands described as sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 102 West.
So are we able to just continue it to next month, or do we have to withdraw it and resubmit?
I thought we were going to withdraw and resubmit with Phoenix's
submit today.
proposed ID, and then we'd hear both of them at once.
Today's the deadline, correct?
Is that really a problem? Well, I'd like to try, and if we get it, yep.
Oh, okay, well, we'll get ours filed too then. So,
Thank you.
Okay, well, your withdrawal is granted.
Pardon me?
Your withdrawal is granted.
and with that withdrawal, Phoenix withdraws its objection to the application.
looks like you're calling the same three witnesses.
That's correct.
Well, they're still under oath. You can proceed.
Okay, Jason, you've been sworn in the previous case. I'm going to have you go directly to Exhibit L1 in Case 31672. Can you identify L1 and briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Sure. L1 is a regional locator map showing the general area of interest. Just point out, like before, we are right against the Montana border and straddling the Divide and Williams County lines.
Okay, and then Exhibit L2.
L2 is zoomed in to show the proposed 1920 spacing units. As we just pointed out, the easternmost one will be withdrawn, and the other ones are shown in red. There is existing 1280 acre spacing shown in the blue dotted lines in the area.
Okay, and L3.
L3 shows sections 1930 and 31 as the first of the proposed 1920 acre spacing units. Our working interest in that unit is 17%.
L4.
Continuing on, sections 20, 29, and 32 of the same township, in red showing the proposed 1920, also our working interest in that unit at 17%.
And L5.
Again, continuing on as we move east, in sections 21, 28, and 33, the proposed 1920 is in red again, and our current working interest is 50%.
And L6.
L6, now sections 22, 27, and 34, outlined in red where the proposed 1920 is. Our working interest is 56%.
And L7.
L7, I believe, is the one we are withdrawing.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Jason, on Exhibit L2, I guess. This area that you're proposing to space is predominantly on pattern stand-up 1,280 acre drilling units. And of course, the 22, 27, and 34 encompass a drilling unit and a 1280 drilling unit and a 1280 acre spacing unit. But in short, you're cutting existing stand-up drilling units or space units in half with the northern section. And what's the plans for the sections to the north of these proposed spacing units?
So this is a northern extension to the many small fields that we're developing as our prospect. We are just moving north, and in subsequent hearings, we plan on also spacing 3 mile 1920s as we continue to move north in the undeveloped area that we're in right here. There's the depiction of the exhibit shows the existing older production, and as you can see, there's really no production in any of these areas we're spacing. So we were just kind of modernizing and getting on pattern as we move north.
So I'll explain, the commission's conundrum here just at face value. So we would, in theory, grant these 1920 acre space units. The 1280s that are split in half would have to be terminated. So now we have 1280 acre spacing units or drilling units to the north with a row of sections in between that are not spaced. So if we don't terminate the drilling or spacing to the north, and let's say somebody comes in and drills a 1280 well up there now, then we have a section in between your 1920s and your 1280s that is kind of, we'll just use the word stranded. So if you have plans to develop these northern sections as 1920s, even if it's a conceptual plan, it certainly is something the commission would like to see as we're trying to extend this spacing and to make sure we're not stranding any acreage. In this case, I would assume you wouldn't have any opposition to the commission terminating those spacing units or drilling units to the north so nobody can develop them and screw up the pattern.
Not at all. We would agree with that 100%. I think as I said, we're just moving that way, as we're still accreting acreage. As we move north, we will plan on coming and spacing the next row of 1920s to the north. So vacating the 1280s that exist is probably, I think, a fine idea.
Okay. And I would appreciate in the future if you come with that plan for us, we can just take a look at it and say, yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, sir, understood.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to just say, I mean, that's certainly something we can do, but I'm hoping that the commission can then probably consider this when those sorts of applications come, and we don't get a bunch of pushback saying, well, why are you spacing this? You don't hardly have any acreage in there. We'd be asking for spacing just so that we get a full township spaced out. So
Yeah.
just hopefully the commission will keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think to clarify that, Lawrence, we're not asking that you space them at that time, but give us what your conceptual plan would be for that development. And that way we can look at it and say, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to terminate those spacings so nobody can develop there without a hearing. And as I allude to, is screw up the pattern. It just, I think it's appropriate for the operators to bring us that, since they're the ones that are developing out here, and they may know something we don't know. You know, maybe they want, there's a laydown that needs to be put in there instead of a stand-up, but it just gives us something to base our decision on and evaluate, rather than the commission just, which we could do anyway, but, you know, just being the one that decides what the spacing is unilaterally. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
We'll recall Eric Kling. Eric, you're still sworn. Can you turn to the next exhibit in the packet, which is a geologic exhibit, marked G1? Can you identify that exhibit and briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Sure. Exhibit G1 is a structure contour map on the top of the middle Bakken with a contour interval of 50 feet. Across the proposed DSUs, the middle Bakken dips to the south at approximately 50 feet per mile, or roughly half a degree. And also illustrated in pink is the location of cross-section AA prime, which will be shown in Exhibit G2.
G2?
Exhibit G2 is a two-well cross-section showing quad combo logs from near the base of the lodgepole downward through the Bakken, Three Forks to the top of the Bird Bear Formation. We target the middle Bakken, illustrated by the light green shaded interval, which is about 55 feet thick in the proposed DSUs.
No further questions?
Any questions from staff? You can proceed.
Rob, let's go to the next exhibit, E1.
Yep. So E1, this is showing our westernmost DSU with the 5 wells per DSU at the proposed 1920 spacing. And you can see our proposed add location in the south where we plan on having our corridor for our pipeline for water and gas.
And E2?
E2, just moving further east, same setup here, 5 wells per DSU on a 1920 DSU with our proposed pad location to the south along that corridor.
E3?
Moving one more DSU over, again, 5 wells per DSU, 1920 DSU with that proposed pad location to the south along the corridor.
E4?
Again, moving one more east, we're again 1920 DSU, 5 wells per DSU with our proposed pad location to the south along the corridor.
E5?
And E5 is the one that we have withdrawn.
Okay, then let's go to the next exhibit, E6.
E6, here you see our diagram of our wellbore configuration that we have been drilling, as I mentioned, 33 wells. We drilled out here by CODA on the 1920 spacing pattern, 100 planned plug-and-perf stages across that lateral.
And E7.
E7, so here we're looking at our oil parameters that we see in this area from our production with the reservoir properties provided by Eric and team on the geology side. You can see our original oil in place estimate here is roughly 18 million barrels. Same EUR that we see in this area, 540 MBO based on our offset well performance with those 5 wells per DSU, puts you at 2.7 million barrels recovered, 15% recovery, again, consistent with what we see in the area.
E8.
E8 is taking that 540 MBO with the economic assumptions you see there, our $10 million drill costs, And then our 100% working interest, average 82% NRI when we get there, and then 45% rate of return, 14-month payout. So strong economics for what we're seeing in the area.
And then E9.
This is the gas capture affidavit on everything we're working for on the gas capture side to ensure we're following the NDSC rules on the gas capture.
And is this an exhibit, the gas capture affidavit, an exhibit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? I will note that the BLM submitted a letter previously with respect to this case. Have you had a chance to review it?
I have not seen that. Have you seen anything from the BLM?
I'll take a look, but it likely is their standard. There may be unleased federal minerals in the spacey unit. And that
Yeah, and let's just make it a part of the record, and if we want to respond, we'll do it before next Thursday.
That's exactly what I was going to propose.
Okay,
All right, thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31672. Now, I'll ask the staff, we can either move to the next CODA case and then they'll be done, or we can jump ahead to the Continental case that we had scheduled.
is Continental.
We
the
can
last
actually
one.
hear both CODA cases because we're going to ask to continue both.
Oh, we're going to have to continue both CODA cases?
Yeah.
Why don't we just do those real quick? Okay. Case number 31673, application of CODA Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Fertile Valley Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish two approximate 2,800 acre spacing units comprised of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, and sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 160 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter on behalf of CODA. And at this time, we'd respectfully request that this matter be continued until the regularly scheduled hearing of the commission in May. We don't treat these things lightly where we put them on the docket and ask for a continuance, but we're not in a big rush for this. We know the commission is switching a lot of things around because of other meetings, so I think it might be appropriate just to continue till next month.
Request granted. That concludes our hearing for case number 31673. Case number 31674, application of CODA Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Daneville Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1, to create and establish 5 19-20 acre spacing units comprised of sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 162 North, Range 103 West, sections 1, 12, and 13, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 161 North, Range 103 West, sections 6, 7, and 18, and sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, and 2, to create and establish 3 approximate 3,100 acre spacing units comprised of sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 103 West, sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, and 15, and sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 161 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed 1920 and approximate 3,100 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter on behalf of CODA Resources Operating LLC. At this time, we once again request that this matter be continued until the regularly scheduled May hearing for the same reason that was expressed in the previous case.
Request granted. That concludes your hearing for case number 31674.
Got you out of here.
Okay, we'll now jump ahead to case number 31677. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Brooklyn Bakken Pool and/or Dollar Joe Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish the following. 1, 2 overlapping 1920 acre space units comprised of sections 6, 7, and 18, and sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 155 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit, and 2, 4 overlapping 38, 40 acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 155 North, Range 98 West, and sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 155 North, Range 97 West, sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 155 North, Range 98 West, and sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 155 North, Range 97 West, sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, Township 155 North, Range 97 West, and sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 155 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 38, 40 acre spacing unit and/or seek further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 316, got 6, 31677, I believe. And we'll have 3 witnesses in this matter. Let's see what my problem was. Who'll be called, well, you have the names of them, so they are on the phone, as I understand it. We'll have a land witness, a geologic witness, and an engineering witness. Do you have your list, Mr. Examiner?
I do.
Okay, great. Not trying to rush you, I just want to
Nope.
make sure you had it.
That's fine. Thank you. Mr. Saley,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Yusuf, would you state your full name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
Yes. Yusuf E. Saley, last name spelled E-S-S-A-I-L-I, and I'm a layman at Continental Resource.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
They have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Yusuf, let's go to the packet of exhibits for 31677. Let's skip the cover page and go to Exhibit L1. Can you tell me what L1 is?
Yes, Exhibit L1 is general locator map. On the general locator map, we have our proposed 1920 acre spacings as well as 3840 acre spacings. Starting in red, outlined on the map, we have 1920 acre spacing covering 6, 7, and 18, block 165 north, 97 west. Highlighted in blue is section 1930 and 31 of 155, 97 west. Another, going on to a 3840 acre spacing highlighted in green, covering sections 1, 12, and 13 of 155 north, 98 west, as well as 6, 7, and 18 of 155, 97 west. Going to the orange box, which is another 3840 acre spacing, proposed spacing, covering section 24, 25, and 36 of 155 north, 98 west, as well as 1930 and 31 of 155, 97 west. Moving further to the black box is another proposed 3840 acre spacing covering sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18 of 155, 97 west. And finally, going to the purple box, being a 3840 acre spacing covering sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32 of 154, 97 west.
Okay, and now we got a number of plats. What I'd like you to do, Yusuf, is do the best you can in summarizing each one of these exhibits, and perhaps one of the ways you can do it is to cut back some of the verbiage here, is just focus on Continental Resources' interest, and you don't have to point out the others. So with that in mind, let's go to L2. Would you identify L2 and then very briefly discuss what's contained on it?
Absolutely. L2 is covered, is a land plat covering sections 6 and 7 of 155, 97 west. As can be seen on the working interest unit area, leasehold ownership, Continental has just under 60% in this 1,280 acres.
Okay, and L3?
Moving further to L3, it's just covered one section, section 18 of 155, 97 west. The Continental has 100% working interest in that section.
L4?
L4 puts together those 3 sections into one, being the 1920 acre spacing covering sections 6, 7, and 18. which reflects Continental's overall working interest with those three sections being 73.25%.
L5,
L5, the single section being section 19 of 155-97 West. As can be seen, Continental has just under 83% working interest.
L6,
L6 is going to cover two sections, sections 30 and 31 of 155-97 West. As reflected on the working interest summary, Continental has 66.43% working interest.
L7,
L7 is going to comprise those previous three mentioned sections, being 1930 and 31, for a proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, with Continental just having under 72% working interest.
L8,
L8 is going to be two sections, sections 1 and 12 of 155-98 West. Continental has 84.69% working interest.
L9,
L9 is going to be section 13, which reflects Continental having ownership of 92.86% working interest.
L10,
L10 is going to be section 6, 7, and 18, being our proposed 1920 acre spacing, with Continental having 73.25%.
okay, and L11,
L11 is going to be the six sections previously mentioned, being sections 1, 12, and 13 of 155-98 West, as well as 6, 7, and 18 of 155-97 West. I'm sorry, did I say that incorrectly? 1, 12, and 13 of 155-98 West, and 6, 7, and 18 of 155-97 West. For this proposed 3,848 acre spacing unit, Continental has 80.46%.
L12,
L12 is going to be single section, section 24 of 155-98 West. Continental has a 77.34% working interest.
L13,
L13 covers two sections, section 25 and 36 of 155-98 West, with Continental having 100% working interest in these two sections.
L14,
L14 is going to put together a 1920 acre space unit covering sections 1930 and 31 of 155-97 West. Continental has 71.82% working interest.
and L15,
L15 is going to be a 3840 acre spacing proposed unit, which covers six sections that we previously mentioned, being sections 24, 25, 36 of 155-98 West, as well as 19, 30, and 31 of 155-97 West, with Continental having an 82.26% working interest.
L16,
L16 is going to be sections 5 and 8 of 155-97 West. Continental has a 90.58% working interest.
and L17,
L17 is going to be section 6 and 7 of 155-97 West. Continental has 59.81% working interest.
L18,
L18 is going to be a single section, being section 17 of 155-97 West. Continental has 100% working interest.
L19,
L19 is also another single section, being covering section 18 of 155-97 West. Continental has 100% working interest.
L20,
L20 is going to be a proposed 3,840 acre spacing unit covering the previous mentioned section, six sections, being section 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18 of 155-97 West. As reflected, Continental has an 83.67% working interest.
L21,
L21 is going to be a proposed 1920 spacing unit covering sections 1930 and 31 of 155-97 West. Continental has 71.82% working interest.
L22,
L22 is going to be a single section, being section 20. Continental has 100% working interest in this, which is located at 155 North, 97 West.
L23,
L23 is going to be two sections, sections 29 and 32 of Township 155 North, range 97 West. Continental has a 99.78% working interest.
and L24,
Finally, we come to the last one, which is going to be a proposed 3,840 acre space unit, covering sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32 of 15597 West. As reflected on the working interest summary, Continental has an 86.01% working interest.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Koo,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Carl, state your name for the record, please.
My name is Carl.
And,
Last name is P-O-O.
Carl, by whom are you employed?
I'm on the reported.
I'm having a little trouble understanding you. Can you maybe get a little closer to the phone? By whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Continental Resources.
In what capacity?
That's an operations geologist.
Okay. And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I had.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Carl, Exhibit G1, identify and briefly discuss.
Sure. Exhibit C1, this is our general locator map. We highlight yellow all the proposed spacing unit. And on this map is the top of the backend structure of 50-foot contour interval. Also annotated in the red star on this map is our pipeline that represents the rock properties of this area.
G2?
G2 is the type log I have annotated in the map. It's the Solberg State type log. It shows, it displays the back and pool of the Brooklyn and Dollar Zoe field from 50 feet above the Bakken Shale to the top of the bird there. And I have the parameters of the mill Bakken at the bottom of this page.
And G3?
G3 is also a general locator map with the same highlights in yellow for all our proposed spacing unit. And also annotated on this map are all our existing units, and the green lines are drilled middle Bakken wells, and the pink lines are drilled Three Forks wells.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Mr. Bohr, if some of my other clients or Continental continues to present an exhibit like Exhibit G, does that help in terms of the commission getting an idea of how the development is going in the area, or are you looking for something more?
No, I think something similar. This is what we're looking for, and obviously you would have proposed or conceptual space units on there.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Ms. Armistead,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Berkeley, could you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, it is Berkeley Armistead,
And Berkeley, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
What capacity?
a resource development engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission, had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Berkeley, let's go to E1. Tell us what it is and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yes, Exhibit E1 is a proposed directional well plot of a 1920 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 6, 7, and 18 of 155 North, 97 West. Existing Middle Bakken laterals found as solid green lines. Existing Three Forks laterals be found as solid pink lines. And then future proposed Middle Bakken laterals are shown as dashed green lines, and then there are also some dashed yellow lines showing some proposed Middle Bakken laterals to be drilled on an existing 2560 acre spacing unit. There's also purple line depicting a Three Fork 1 lateral that's since been P&A'd.
E2?
E2 is a proposed directional well plot of a 1920 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 19, 30, and 31 of 155 North, 97 West. Existing laterals are shown on the schematic as described in the previous exhibit, and then there is a proposed Middle Bakken 3-mile lateral shown as the dashed green line.
E3?
E3 is a proposed directional well plot of a 3840 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 1, 12, 13 of 155 North, 98 West, and sections 6, 7, and 18 of Township 155 North, 97 West. Existing laterals are shown as solid lines as described in the previous exhibit, and then we have a proposed 3-mile lateral in the middle of this 3840 acre spacing unit that will be located on or near the section line to adequately produce the reserve in the middle of this proposed spacing unit.
Okay, next exhibit, E4, right?
Exhibit E4 is a proposed directional well plot for a 3840 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 24, 25, and 36 of 155 North, 98 West, sections 19, 30, and 31 of 155 North, 97 West. Existing wellbores are shown as solid lines as described in the previous exhibit. Then there is a proposed 3-mile Middle Bakken lateral that's to be drilled on or near the section lines in the middle of this proposed 3840 acre spacing unit.
E5.
Exhibit E5 is a direct well plot of a 3840 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18 of 155 North, 97 West. Existing laterals are depicted as previously described in the other exhibits, and then it also shows a proposed Middle Bakken 3-mile Middle Bakken lateral to be drilled on or near the section line in the middle of the 3840 acre spacing unit.
E6.
E6 is a proposed directional well plot of the 3840 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32 of 155 North, 97 West. Existing laterals are shown as previously described in other exhibits. There are also a couple of solid blue lines depicting existing 3 Fork 2 laterals. And then there is also a proposed 3-mile Middle Bakken lateral to be drilled in the middle of the 3840 acre spacing unit on or near the section line.
All right, then let's go to a little bit different subject here, Exhibit E7.
Yes, Exhibit E7 is a well construction diagram of a typical Middle Bakken well that would be drilled on a 1920 or a 3840 acre spacing unit. It shows the 7-inch casing set at 10,000 feet, and then a lateral with a estimated measured depth of 25,000 feet that is to be cemented and completed with 50 plug-and perf stages paired with hydraulic fracking.
And E8.
Exhibit E8 is some reserves and economic information for a typical 3-mile well. The reserve basis is shown in the first table with an initial rate of 1,200 barrels of oil per day, an estimated EUR of 529 MBOs, and about 3,400 million cubic feet. And then the economics are shown in the next table with the associated of a well with the associated reserve at an oil price of $60 oil and $3 gas, gross drilling cost of $10.3 million, operating cost of $9,250 a month, a 100% working interest, and an 80% NRI. This well would generate a net present value of about $3.4 million, 35% rate of return, and a 2.6 year payout. And then the reservoir parameters, as previously described by our geologist, are shown in the table below.
Okay, and then Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes. Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Berkeley,
Yes, sir.
let's see if I understand all this correctly. So you don't have an overall exhibit, so we kind of have to piece them together. So 18, 19, 30, and 31 are currently a stand-up 2560. Is that correct?
Are you on a particular exhibit, Mark?
Well, there isn't one that shows the whole thing, so you can look at exhibit E1 or
How
E2.
about the geologic exhibit that was presented?
That's too hard to read.
Fussy, fussy.
I believe, to answer your question, yes, there's an existing stand-up 2560 spacing unit.
Of 18, 19, 30, and 31, right?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
And so on your exhibit E1 and E2, those wells that we're seeing there, I assume 2 of those wells are 1280 wells and the other 4 are stand-up 2560 wells?
When you I believe they're all stand-up. The yellow wells are going to be
Yeah,
stand-up
no,
2560.
we're not talking about the yellow wells yet. So
Okay.
the
Ones
existing
are we
wells,
talking about?
there's 4 wells on that stand-up 2560, is that right?
You on
Which exhibit are we looking at? I'm sorry.
You can use E2.
Yeah, okay.
The 4 existing easternmost horizontal wells are stand-up 2560 wells, is that correct?
There are 6 of them, I believe, on E2.
Correct, but the 2 western wells, north and south, are likely 1280 wells, are they not?
They are.
So we have 4 wells depicted on here that are 2560 wells that currently exist. Do you agree with that?
I guess I'm not sure exactly which ones you're. Yes, I agree with that.
But one of the 2560 wells going north has been plugged, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the yellow dashed lines I'm seeing, those are gonna be drilled as 2-mile wells on that stand-up 2560, is that correct?
That is correct.
So why aren't you drilling a 3rd well across sections 30 and 31 to the south, 1 well there, and another well going north across sections 18 and 19 instead of the 1920 well?
We are drilling the 1920 well for economic purposes to take advantage of the 3-mile lateral.
So then why are you drilling 4 more 2-mile wells then?
Well, the 2-mile wells are still going to be economic to drill. We just believe that we are adequately, we believe that 3 miles are more economic. So we are drilling 2 more 2-mile wells to adequately drain the corridor to the western side, but we do believe that the eastern side is going to be more adequately and economically produced with 3-mile lateral.
So the commission discourages operators from jumping from one spacing pattern to another one, then back to another one, then back to another one. I just don't see the logic in drilling 4 2-mile wells, but you can't drill 2 more.
So we believe that 4 2-mile wells and 6 3-mile wells is the economically optimal way to develop this area.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the lease line wells right now. So you're drilling 2 3-mile wells, one from a 1280 into an existing stand-up 2560 that's already been developed. Granted, that well is plugged, and that does pose problems, but I don't see the logic between when 2-mile wells, 4 of them are good enough, but the other one, it's not good enough in other areas.
Well, it is good enough to drill. It is just not the most economically, they're different well spots. So the 2-mile wells are good enough to drill, but if given the opportunity, we would like to drill 3-mile wells.
So when Continental set up the stand-up 2560, everybody anticipated that those 4 sections were going to be developed as one spacing unit. Is that a reasonable assumption?
That is a reasonable assumption for the time, yes.
And now we're going to take sections 19, 30, and 31 and further develop them as one, but section 18 isn't in on that well anymore.
Section 18 is part of the stand-up 1920 for 6, 7, and 18.
And so that slot in section 18 that was previously developed as a 2560 now has to share that oil with section 6 and 7. Is that correct?
That is correct, but we do plan on drilling another 3-mile lateral to the south that it would be pulled in. So in section 18, you're talking about section 18, there is a 1920 section 18, and then there is one in the south in section 19. So everything is mirrored in this case.
Okay, I'd like you to submit for the record the economics on the 4 dashed yellow lines that you have depicted on your exhibits.
Okay.
Like in another exhibit E8, but for those 2560 wells, the 4 2-mile wells. Okay, thank you.
Ashley, a couple more things real quick. On that E2, that plugged and abandoned Three Forks well, do you know why that was plugged and abandoned?
I don't know specifically why, but it was operational. It produced maybe 100,000 total barrels of fluid before it was P&A'd. It was drilled, but it wasn't adequately produced.
And do you know when it was plugged and abandoned?
Very soon after it was drilled, but I don't have the exact date.
Okay. I mean, right now, we do, with that plugged and abandoned well, it would look like we have a little bit of an imbalance issue on the existing 2560 with a total of 2 existing wells in the northern half of it and 3 existing wells on the southern half of it. And your proposal for the 1920s wouldn't replace, while you end up with an additional well in each of those sections in 18 and 19, or part of an additional well in each of them, you don't have a replacement well on 18 and 19 as part of the 2560. Correct?
That is, we do not have a replacement well for that P&A well. You're correct.
And part of the well on the northern 1920 would replace part of that corridor, but not the entire corridor, right?
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be sharing on the 2560, it'd be on the 1920.
Yeah.
And then 1920 you're drilling on the southern, or proposing to drill on the southern 1920, the well on that would not get a penetration up into section 18, and so you'd end up with a gap, you know, or a missing slot between development up there, right?
We don't perceive that to be a missing slot. We'll do a little bit of work to get the well spacing adequately, you know, a little bit more optimal there, so we don't perceive that as a missing slot. It'll just be a little bit wider spaced wells.
So your two 2560 wells drilling to the north, the yellow dash lines, you'd widen those to the north?
We likely would widen them to the north a little bit to just adequately cover that reservoir.
What's your ideal interwell distance here?
It'll range anywhere from 600 to 1,000 feet.
You know, I guess why such a wide range in here? I mean, your ideal distance, where would you space them?
So the ideal distance is going to depend on a lot of matters. There's going to be existing depletion. There's going to be, we would want a little bit wider well spacing when we're dealing with 2-mile wells for economic purposes. It's not just a cut dry answer on what our adequate distance is. So we do plan on probably widening out the well spacing of those yellow wells, 2560 and section 18. Those are 2-mile wells. And we believe that would help the economics for the 2-mile wells to widen it out. But our adequate well spacing is dependent on each individual slot.
All of your proposed development on these is proposed to be Middle Bakken. Does that include the two yellow laterals, or the 4 yellow? That's what your exhibit indicates, I guess. So yeah, that you're only intending to target Middle Bakken with the future development in here?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll keep the record open in this case till May 1st. That'll work. Okay. That concludes our hearing for case number 31677. Case number 31353. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order for the Ranch Creek Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 17, 20, and 29, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 31353 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll be calling 3 witnesses in this matter, and I believe you have a list of those individuals.
Mr. Davis,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Scott, state your name for the record.
Scott Davis,
And Scott, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources is Wilson Landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Scott, let's go to the packet of exhibits for 31353. Let's skip the cover page and go to Exhibit L1. Tell us what L1 is.
Yes, Exhibit L1 is a general locator map. The existing fields are outlined in blue, and then the proposed 1920 is outlined in red and then shaded in yellow.
Okay, and L2.
Exhibit L2 is a land plat of an existing 1,280 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 17 and 20 of 146 North, 98 West, along with the working interest ownership summary for those sections. Continental owns approximately 55% working interest in this 12/8.
L3.
L3 is a land plat of section 29 of 146 North, 98 West, along with the working interest ownership summary for that section. Continental owns 100% working interest in this section.
L4.
L4 is a land plat proposed 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 17, 20, and 29 of 146 North, 98 West, along with the consolidated working interest summary for that proposed 1920. Continental will own approximately 70% working interest in this proposed 1920.
And L5.
L5 is a depiction of the current spacing and the existing wells in the area, as well as our vision for how this area should be developed. We showed something similar to this in one of our exhibits for 8 1920s that we heard in this area back in the November hearing. Those 8 1920s are shown in the gray boxes to the south of the exhibit. On this exhibit, the dashed lines are showing the current spacing in the area. And then the blue, the westernmost blue 1920 is what we are hearing today. And then the easternmost blue 1920 is an application that we have filed that is currently on May docket. And then the remaining orange 1920 or spacing units, 1920s and 1280s, are the remaining ones and how we envision those being developed in the area.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Scott, if this application is approved, it's, sections 29 and 32 are currently a stand-up 1280, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So in essence, we're splitting that in half if this is approved?
Yes, sir.
So what's going to happen to section 32 if this application is approved? I assume based on your exhibit L5, you anticipate that there would be another 1920 to the south of this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Or is Mr. Koo still under oath? Mr. Koo still under oath, we can.
Okay, thanks. Carl, let's go to the next the next exhibit in the packet, G1. You want to tell me what G1 is?
Yeah, Exhibit G1, this is our locator map, highlighted in yellow. It's our proposed spacing, also outlined in red. This map is the structure of the south of the basin on the 50-foot contour interval, annotated in a red bar, the type log that represents this area.
Okay, G2.
G2, this is the type log that is annotated in the map. It displays the Bakken Pool and the Ranch Creek from 100 feet above the top of the upper Bakken all the way down to the top of the bird there. Also at the bottom of the page is the reservoir parameters.
G3.
G3 is the same locator map with highlighted in yellow our proposed spacing, and on this map also annotated the existing units that we have, and the green lines are the drilled middle basketballs sink lines for the drilled three-port well.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? Mr. Kim?
Sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
JJ, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Finance Resources.
In what capacity?
The role of resource development engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
It's my first time.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for the examiner your educational background and work experience.
Good thing. So I have my Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from Texas A&M and Master's Business Administration from the University of Oklahoma. I worked 8 years at Chesapeake Energy as a production engineer. Switched roles, companies to Continental, and I was a production engineer for 2 years. And then now I'm in my current role as a resource development engineer. This is my second year in the role.
In preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning Continental's request?
Yes.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
For the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, JJ, let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit E1. Tell us what that is.
So E1 is our proposed directional well plot for our 1920 acre spacing unit, expected 17, 20, and 29, townships 146 north and 98 west. It's a visual there. You see the solid green line, which is our existing metal block as well, and it's depicted as the dashed line are our future metal block as well. And those are those will be within the spacing unit.
E2.
E2 is our Continental standard wellbore schematic for metal block as well. We have for our production string 7-inch by 4.5-inch liner. This will be a 3-mile well with 16,000 foot cemented lateral. This is a typical wellbore design for Continental Resources in the Williston Basin.
Okay, E3.
E3 shows our reserve basis and economics related to the wells, future wells in this proposed spacing unit. We have an initial rate of 1,200 barrels of oil per day, looking at about 764 MBO for our oil EUR. Our BOE EUR is 1078. For economics, we ran this at a price tag of $60 oil and $50 gas, with the drilling cost of $11,400,000, operating cost of $8,900 a month. The economics depicted with 100% working interest and 83% NRI. With our net present value at 10%, we expect to have $5.6 million with a rate of return of 55% and a discount payout of 2.1 years.
And GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
That's correct.
Pardon me? I didn't hear what you said.
That's correct.
Okay. In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31353. Since we are up against a 12 o'clock hard stop, why don't we break now for lunch?
Yeah.
Resume at 1 p.m.
So tell me, what happens? Are we gonna Are we going to hear more cases while you're gone, or are these two?
We are back on the record, and we will resume with case number 31669. Application of White Owl Energy Services U.S. Inc. for an order of the commission authorizing the construction of a treating plant in accordance with the provisions of NDAC 4302035 at SEC to be located in the southwest-northwest quarter of Section 18, Township 155 North, Range 95 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and such further and additional relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, excuse me, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, and I'm appearing in this matter, case number 31669, on behalf of White Owl Energy Services USA, Inc. We intend to call 2 witnesses in this matter, and what we'd like to do, it may result in the hearing process going a little bit quicker for you all, but we're going to have 2 witnesses, and we're going to call 1 witness, and immediately after calling that witness, we'll call the second witness, and then have them both available for questions. Many times when we do this, if we have more than 1 witness, a witness will be ready to answer questions, but it's better that another witness answer them, so we thought that might expedite the hearing process. So with that in mind, we'll be calling Randall, is it Julin? Yes. Okay,
Why don't I swear them both in right now?
sounds good.
Mr. Julin, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Randall, state your full name for the record, please.
Randall Julin.
And you'll need to turn this mic up so there's a little.
Julin.
Nope, still didn't have it on. There you go, 3rd time's the charm.
Okay, Randall Julin,
And Randall, by whom are you employed?
White Owl Energy Services.
In what capacity?
I'm the Vice President of Operations and Engineering.
Okay, so you're an engineer by education and training?
Yes,
Okay. And as an engineer for White Owl Energy Services USA, Inc., have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission previously?
yes, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Or off the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Randall, before you start discussing the exhibits themselves, could you just spend a moment talking about what your involvement was in terms of drafting what we're going to have marked as Exhibit A, or what has been marked as Exhibit A and entered into the record? Just tell me a little bit of what your involvement was.
Sure. So our team, we're a small company of 3 engineers. We basically all work together to put this package together and what the layout would be, the location, worked with the landowner to make sure that that was acceptable, and worked with the person that actually wrote it, but together the in the entirety of it.
So is it a fair statement that you were maybe in some parts more involved in others, but generally speaking, you were involved with all parts of the application?
That is correct.
Okay, and the application as submitted to the commission is marked here as Exhibit A, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, let's spend a little time. We won't go through in a great amount of detail, but I think it's important that we hit some of the high points, and we've already identified the cover page. Let's go to the next page, and just for the commission's knowledge, each one of the page number is marked down in the right-hand corner. So let's go to page 001, and Randall, why don't you just very briefly tell us what's contained on that page?
So that is the completed Form 1 TP for the treating plant, with the location of the plant. I would point out that we plan to, in the section on the primary waste, so we do plan to treat slop oil, tank bottoms, drilling mud, emulsions, contaminated solids. We will have leak detection system under the liner, under the concrete surfaces. Another point I would bring out on this is that we do realize to accept T-norm waste, we'll need a radioactive material license, which we'll be pursuing through the Department of Environmental Quality.
Okay, let's continue now. Let's skip a couple pages and go to page 003. As you did with page 001, just once again identify that page and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
So this page is actually Exhibit E. It's a little out of order. We apologize for that, but it shows that there are no superficial aquifers in the area, sensitive groundwater on the wellhead protection areas. It also shows basically that we're in section 18 of Township 155, Range 95 West.
Okay, real close to the section line there in section 8,
Yeah.
between 18 and 13, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the next page, if we go to 004, That's labeled treating plant application. Does this document consist of a number of pages that were filed with the commission?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and you're going to go through a few of those pages, is that
Yes.
correct? So 004 is basically the cover page. Let's skip the table of contents, and let's go to page 008. There's a few items on that. I won't interrupt you. Maybe you can just discuss those items that are listed on 008 that you feel important to lay out for the commission.
Certainly. So I'll draw the attention to Section 2, construction. So pending approval, of course, we would like to begin construction of at least the concrete and earthwork facilities, or the earthwork and then the concrete facilities this fall, with anticipated start of operations next spring. The bond, we have calculated the containment capacity at around 12,000 barrels with the design.
And it's your understanding, is it not, that that's what's utilized by the commission to determine what the bond should be?
Yes.
Okay, all right, continue, please.
On the plant survey, I'd reference you to page 17, which is actually the plat. And what that shows is, if you're there, it shows the hatched area. You can see the lease boundaries, and the hatched area is where the treating plant will be, and the unhatched area to the south is where there's an existing saltwater disposal facility. The next thing I'd mention is the notification letters. So we sent out notification letters to all landowners within a quarter mile that had land, not just, there are no dwellings within a quarter mile, so we included all landowners.
And those letters are attached as Exhibit B, and obviously if the commission has any questions, you'd be happy to answer questions and
Yes.
direct their attention to that appendix, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, then let's go to page 009, and the first item there is facility drawings. Is that something you may want to briefly discuss for the staff?
Yeah, to that, I would just, it's in Appendix C, but I would reference the page numbers. I don't know if you'd want to take notes on what the page numbers are, but for example, the site survey plan is page 28 of this exhibit. It pretty much goes in progression, 29, 30, 31. And then when we get down to the waste treatment plant, the process flow diagrams, those are pages 35 to 37.
Okay. And then cut and fill diagram, you want to spend a moment or two talking about that?
Sure. So the cut and fill diagram is actually part of the grading plan that's on page 31 of the exhibit.
Okay, and always an important issue for the commission is monitoring plans and leak detection. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes.
As you have it referenced on page 009.
Yeah, so that's shown on the drawings, page 33 of Exhibit A. It shows where we're going to have an HDPE liner under the concrete. Also shows the sump and the construction of the sump details. We'll be able to monitor the leachate within that liner, or within that drainage layer above the liner, actually.
Okay, and then to page 010, plant capacity. Can you just spend a moment or two addressing that?
Yes. So we're designing the plant to be able to handle up to 50,000 barrels per month of high solids fluid. Again, the storage tanks that we briefly discuss in here are summarized, the liners and where there's containment. Again, the HDPE liners on page 33. The storage, that 9,290 barrels of tank storage, that's made up of the 8,600 barrels of tank volume plus 690 barrels of tanks within the processing area. So that's detailed on one of the drawings also. The solids that will be stored are, the layout for that is on page 34. And so, where we got the 12,012 barrels is the 9,290 of liquid storage plus the 2,722 of solid storage.
Mr. Examiner, I believe that's all the questions I have for Randall. As I indicated earlier, we do have another witness, and if we can call him, have him go through a few things, then they'd both be open to questions. And we fully understand that, you know, we're not providing a lot of information, but the documents are here, and certainly if the commission has specific questions, these two gentlemen are here to respond.
Okay, I'll swear him in right now. Mr. Fritsch, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Cody, state your full name for the record, please.
Cody Fritsch,
And Cody, by whom are you employed?
White Owl Energy Services,
In what capacity?
as the U.S. engineering lead.
Okay, and you're an engineer by education and training as well, is
Yes.
that correct? And have you ever had an opportunity to testify before the commission?
No, I have not.
What I would like you to do is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Sure. Bachelor's degree from the University of New Orleans. 7 years experience in the oil and gas with the last 3.5 years at White Owl.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, you were involved in the preparation of this application along with other individuals from White Owl, is that correct?
Yes.
Would offer the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Cody, let's go back to the packet of exhibits and start where Randall left off. And I believe the last thing he talked about was on page 010, plant capacity. I'm going to have you address your question, or excuse me, your attention first to the treating plant process. Can you spend a few moments talking about that and the importance of that with respect to the application?
Sure. So the process is outlined on the diagrams, the PFDs on page 35, 36, and 37, but it will be consisting of the primary equipment shown in section 11 here, heat exchangers, different chemical treatments, shakers, hydrocyclones, decanters, and other filtration operations as part of that process. And we can go over or answer questions in detail and go over the process flow diagrams if need be.
And it's my understanding that White Owl does not have a treating plant at this point in time in its, it is part of its business, is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, but you are definitely aware of the type of equipment you need, and is this similar equipment to treating plants that already exist?
Yes.
Okay, let's go on then to the next item there, number 12, treating plant layout. Can you spend a few moments describing that for us?
So the layout of the plant, you could find that in our drawing packet, page 30. Shows the overall layout, consists of the 4 main areas as part of the process, being the unload area, the process building, storage tank farm, and the solids pad. As previously mentioned, all 4 of these areas have HDPE liner underneath it, along with steel containment berms and earth berms. So those are on page 33, and we can go over the containment areas if need be.
Okay. Let's go, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, we can continue on page 011.
Yeah, let's do that. And obviously, you know, the commission is going to have some concern about how the waste is handled, where it's going to be put when you unload it, you know, what happens after that. So keep that in mind with respect to discussing 12.1 on page 011.
Sure. So general overview, starting with the waste unload area. That is where the initial classification and documentation will be made for the operations of the facility. So every truck will be basically checked in and samples collected at that point. From there, once the T-norm levels have been determined, they can make their way over to the unload area and then begin the unload operation. The waste itself from the unload pad or from the offload tanks will then be moved through a system of pumps and piping to the waste process building, where the primary separation will take place. 12.2 begins talking about the waste process building and then continues on page 012. Again, all of these different areas of the facility will have their own containment. Moving the waste through the process building, that's where the separation will happen, and we will be left with our solids, liquid, and oil waste, or oil streams. We do go into some more detail on the types of equipment and specifics that will be in that building, which I don't think we need to get into too many detail on.
So are you talking about this total clean units? Is that going to be in the building?
That's correct. So
Okay.
following in section 12.2, we go over the total clean system and the different centrifuge and processes and how that would all work.
And is that kind of standard as well in the industry, that this is the sort of process that's used, this is the sort of equipment that's used? You're not out there reinventing the wheel, are you?
No, we are not reinventing the wheel. The Total Clean system is essentially a brand name company that makes waste treatment equipment to separate solids and liquids, and centrifuge equipment is common in oil and gas.
And you said this was a brand name. Do other companies in North Dakota use this Total Clean brand name?
Yes, I believe so, in different capacities as far as the particular layout that they might have gone with, or the exact model of equipment
Okay.
may vary, but
And centrifuges are pretty common. They probably exist on all of the waste treatment plants in North Dakota. Is that a fair statement?
as far as I know, the majority of these plants would be using a centrifuge in some capacity.
But that is what you're going to use?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go on then to the waste storage tank farm, and looks like that is 12.3, but then there's some sub-paragraphs under that. Rather than me breaking you up with questions, maybe you could just discuss the waste storage tank farm, and if you need to discuss some of those subsections, you could just do that all at the same time.
Okay, so as part of that process, as the waste is being offloaded from a truck, it would make its way into the storage, the tank storage. From there, that process has its own tank equipment for different separations that will rough process the waste as it moves closer towards the process building for the primary separation. But the tank battery will be consisting of a oil, water, or gun barrel separator. The feed tanks that would feed the process building, different skim systems for skimming the tanks, and if need be, the special treatment where we could add chemical or the flocculant treatment to the waste stream.
And once again, is this new and unique equipment that you're going to have on your site, or is this something that other operators of waste treatment facilities in North Dakota are utilizing now?
Yes, I believe this is common equipment for treatment facilities.
Okay. Let's go then to skip a couple pages and maybe just kind of wrap it up. We mentioned earlier, I think Randall mentioned something as well, that there's some appendices that are attached to the application. We're not going to go through those one by one, but either you or Randall, if there's questions about layouts and things like that, you should be able to respond to those. Is that correct?
Yes, and before we finish
Did I
this.
skip something?
Yes,
Oh,
on
okay. Sorry about
page
that.
015, destination of recovered products, we will be separating water, solid material, and oil, where the water will be moved to our saltwater disposal facility, which will be adjacent to this proposed plant. The solid waste will be trucked to appropriate landfill, and the oil will be moved to a midstream sales.
Did you say that was all on page 015?
Correct.
And it's under destination of recovered products?
Section 13, yes.
Okay, great. Well, sorry that I didn't catch that, but thank you for pointing it out. Mr. Examiner, I believe that's all the questions I have for the two witnesses. As I indicated, they'll both be available at the same time. I think that will expedite the hearing process. So with that, I would offer Exhibit A.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
A few. So will this treating plant be operated 24 hours a day?
Yes.
And will it be manned 24 hours a day?
Yes.
I'm looking at page 31 and 32. On the top of 32, you have the high solids offload area showing the truck offloading into a mixed tank. And then at the bottom, you show the solids pad area. Can you explain the difference when you expect to use each of those offloads?
Yes, so it really depends on what the waste is, and on that initial check-in of waste delivery, it would be directed to one of those two. So based on its solids content, if it could be directly unloaded into a tank, then it would go into the tank to continue on to the processing. On certain waste deliveries, there is more solid content, and it will not be able to flow off of a truck. So that's where the solids pad will be utilized, where primarily vehicles that could dump the waste off of the truck, so such as a hydrovac, where we would be using the solids pad. And from there, that would get gathered up and collected and either moved directly to the solids pad, or if it could be reslurried and introduced into the tank process system, it would be.
So waste that is offloaded into the mixed tanks, what is the rest of the process for those fluids?
From the mixed tank, depending on the solids concentration, there are, what do we refer to it as, the drawing a blank for the word, a settling tank, or the centrifuge feed tank.
Yeah.
Is where it would be moved to. So we would like to be able to control the consistency of the feed to the centrifuge. So from that mixed tank, we can adjust the solids percentage by either reintroducing clean fluid or potentially skimming or removing fluid, so that we can have a consistent feed from the centrifuge feed tank.
So from the mixed tank offload, is there connection to your waste processing building?
Yes.
That's where it'll ultimately go.
Oh, okay.
With the intermediate storage in a tank.
And all of that is described in the PFDs starting on page 35, where it shows all the actual connections and piping from any particular tank all the way through the process building.
Okay, and then I have a few questions. Where on page 34, the centrifuge and centrate tank, and then the total clean unit, will the solids from those go in a bin, or will they go on the solids pad itself?
The way this system could be operated, I think it could go both ways. So from the total clean shakers, it could go right to a pad. And something that we have talked about, just how to make sure the operation's as clean as possible. We could also space things out so it would go directly into a bin. And on the pad, the bin would be placed on the pad and then collected directly by the bin.
So then if you go with the bin on the pad, will there be any like drying agents or anything need to be added, or will that be directly hauled to appropriate landfills?
We may need to use drying agents, yes.
So you'd be able to like mix in those bins then?
Yeah.
Okay. And then on the solids pad, will you have staging areas for the solids that can go in-state versus what might have to go out of state?
Absolutely. And that all ties back to that initial truck check-in of understanding what's on the truck. And even within this system, there are variables based on what equipment any particular waste stream is going to go through based on the T-norm levels. So at the end, we will have segregated areas for in-state and out-of-state waste.
Perfect. That's all I had.
Just a couple things probably here. Page 3, your aquifers map. At the bottom of that map, there's a Dry Fork Creek and an Alkali Creek identified. Do you know what those are? Are those superficial aquifers, or do you know what those features are? It's not clear in
I
the,
believe there is Surficial Creek.
okay. And those are the closest features at about 3.5 miles, 4 miles away. And then
Did you get a response to that? or-
Yes.
he nodded, so
Okay.
I-
Oh, yeah.
it was a
Need to
yes, I guess.
Need to speak,
Verbal
or else
for the
she won't
record.
be able to pick it up, or not she, but somebody won't pick it up.
I made a note of it.
Okay, thank you.
Page, well, it's kind of, we'll probably refer to page 33, but in your monitoring plan, you describe some of it on page 9 in the section 9, monitoring plans and leak detection. And then you referred to page 33 with the solids pad sump, and the upper right-hand corner of that is the depiction of that leak detection system.
Yes.
For my understanding, can you point me where that's installed, that sump and that leak detection system?
Certainly. So if you look at the drawing in Area 3 waste processing, in the very upper left part, you'll see a small little square that's hashed. That's where that sump is. And so also if, on that drawing, there's the symbol for the section. And so then that section A is what is referenced the detail.
Okay. And so you're gonna have this sampling system with the piping under, or between the liner and the concrete, just under that solids pad area? So the area you pointed out, the waste processing solids pad area 3, so that system is gonna be just under that pad?
So there'll be a liner under all the concrete that would drain to this area.
Okay.
This is just where we'll detect it because it's the low point.
Okay. Will the liner that so the liner under the concrete, is that under all of
All the concrete
facility?
areas.
All of the
Except-
concrete on the
ex-
whole facility?
Yeah.
Okay.
So for like the waste storage, the tank farm area will have a line containment berm. So there won't be, that will be the liner, it'll be above ground, but the other concrete areas will have a HDP liner.
Okay, and that liner goes under all of the concrete zones over to this sump?
Not in the offload area.
Okay, is there any sampling underneath the offload area?
There currently isn't over there.
Okay. Do you have the same liner underneath the concrete over there?
Yeah, it'll be a I don't know the specifications, but it'll be an HDPE liner.
Okay. Would it be possible to put in some sampling at that, on that section of the facility as well?
It would.
Okay. I'm assuming it would be similarly constructed to this diagram?
Yes.
For the other section? Okay. Okay, I think that's... Oh, I did have one other thing real quick. The, page 38, the surface geology map that you're depicting there, you referenced 1980 geologic map of North Dakota. Is that the USGS surface geologic features map? Do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. I'm thinking it is based on what it looks like.
Yeah, I apologize.
I've got one on the wall in my
I do
office.
not know.
If it's something else, we might have to double check what it came from, but I think that's probably what it is. Okay, thank you.
Looking at 33 again, the containment area that's indicated by the red dashed line, it says it's draining into the retention pond. Does this mean that this area slopes to the retention pond, or do you have some sort of perimeter berm plan for this?
The surface drainage in this area would slope to the retention pond.
So no planned outer perimeter berm around the location. You plan to just slope it all so it drains in one direction.
Yes, but there, essentially the topography would lend itself, there'll be a berm between the SWD and the tank farm, and then the topography is all higher to the north and west.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31669.
Thank you. Hey, good to see you guys again.
Case number 31670, application of SOGC Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Lone Butte, Bach, and Poole, McKenzie County, North Dakota, to create and establish two overlapping 1920 acre spacing units comprised of sections 18, 19, and 30, and sections 20, 29, and 32, Township 147 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 wells on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing units, and such other relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 31670, on behalf of SOGC, Inc., and we'll be calling 3 witnesses. They should be calling in shortly.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know who I'm talking to. Is that you, Jonathan, or?
Kelly, sorry, that's Jonathan.
Oh, hi, Kelly.
The rest,
Yeah.
we've got Lee and Mark, we're all in the conference room ready.
Okay, we have, the caption's been read, and I've introduced myself, so we're ready to call the first witness.
Excellent, thanks.
What's up? Did you appear?
Pardon me? Didn't I? I thought I appeared, but I'll do it now. I'm sure I did. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case 31670 on behalf of SOGC Inc. Do you remember me now appearing?
Got a little confusion every once in a while. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury, testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jonathan, state your full name for the record, please.
Jonathan Baker,
And Jonathan, by whom are you employed?
SOGC.
In what capacity?
Senior landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yeah.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yeah.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Jonathan, let's go to the first exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit L1. And what I'd like you to do is identify L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Okay. L1 is the location map. We're kind of zoomed into that portion of the township, but we are in McKenzie County in 147 North 98 West in the Longview Field. We're going to be talking about, in particular, Section 18, 19, 30, 20, 29, 32. Currently, there are laydown units due to a reshuffle of spacing units nearby. We're seeking a couple of 3-mile DSD.
Okay, then let's go to L2. As you did with L1, identify L2 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yeah, L2 is kind of the purpose for our hearing, building off what I just spoke about. High level, in February of this year, Burlington, under case number 31438, sought to respace units that straddle this township and the township to the north into 4-mile units, DSU. We discussed with Conoco and are supportive of their plans. They are supportive of our plans. Their case caused one of our sections to become orphaned. As such, we have to reshape our unit to avoid the Section 18 orphan. As part of their hearing with the NDIC, it was pointed out that Section 30 remains orphaned, and so we're going to talk about that section as part of our plan with the caveat that I'll get to.
Okay, then let's go to the next exhibit, and I think that's going to help us understand just a little bit more about what's happened and where we want to go. L3, I would like you to do is once again indicate that what that is, and then briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
Sure. Again, L3, this is actually a supplemental exhibit map that was provided to the NDIC from Burlington. What I want to point out to the north, Section 5 is the southern end of a 4-mile DSU they're seeking to establish. The next 3 sections go northward off the map. Moving one over to the west, you'll see Section 6 and 7, the same concept, 2 miles further to the north, is what they've done. We are now seeking to change, and I'll show the current structure on another map here shortly, but we want to have 2 3-mile stand-ups, Section 18, 19, and we'll talk about 30, which is currently orphaned, the BLM section, and then the other stand-up immediately east in Section 20, 29, 32. I'll also talk a little bit about an order that was granted to Ovintiv and ultimately a Rockport well drilled by Order 3221 in Section 31, 6, and 7. There in the south of Section 30.
Okay, then let's go to L4.
Okay, L4 has a lot going on in it, so let me orient you once again. Existing units are highlighted in a thicker green. You can see existing units in 7 and 18. It is undrilled. We have Section 8 and 17. There is a well there. 16 and 21, a well there. All those are stand-up. Continuing the stand-ups down to the south, we have the Watson, which is 29 and 32. The Annie, which is the Rockport I referred to, is 31, 6, and 7 below. And then there's a laydown, Ian Quicksilver, across the sections 19 and 20. I've highlighted also Section 30, which was concern brought up about an unleased orphaned section there. At the bottom of the chart is a chart that talks about our ownership, and the key points to show ownership of is our Ian Quicksilver unit and the Watson unit, we control 100%. The BLM Section 30 is 100% unleased at this point in time. And then in section 18, we also control 100% of that section. And then under the original configuration, we would have controlled just north of 50% of the unit. Although that now be part of the Burlington plan.
All right, then let's go to Exhibit L5.
So Exhibit L5 is what we're here seeking as kind of alternative one, where we handle the respacing required due to Burlington's plan. It also allows us to include Section 30 that's currently orphaned. We would convert our Ian Quicksilver laydown unit and the walk stand-up into two stand-up 1920s. We have nominated the unleased section with the BLM. I believe that was done April 9th, and payment was submitted a day later. So that's underway. And if the BLM will play ball, grant a lease, and an APD, this would be a great option for us. We'd love to drill these 1920s. Under that scenario, below you will see the working interest that we would then control. Our new, call it WAP Quicksilver hybrid, we would control 100%. And under what I'm calling the Dixon Ian Quicksilver hybrid, which includes that unleased section for BLM, we would own 66.58%. And that's assuming right now that we don't control that BLM section. If we win it, then we'd own 100%. If we don't, at least we would have someone control it, roughly 67%.
Okay, then let's go to L6.
L6, the point of this is to say, if the BLM is unwilling to leave Section 30 and or unwilling to grant APD to drill that 1920 of 1819 Section 30 as well, we want to avoid a situation where we're now held hostage to BLM and are unable to develop our Section 1819. So our alternative would be that in the event the BLM does not work with us, we would ask the NDIC to reduce that 1920 stand-up, the Dixon Ian Quicksilver, to a 12/8 of just 18 and 19. And down below is a chart showing that should the BLM not participate, we would control 100% of both of those units, both the three section mile stand-up and the two section.
And so SOGC can move forward and change the size of that spacing unit from a 1920 to a 1280. Is it the request that there be some language in this order that if SOGC can provide some evidence that the BLM is not leasing, that the director of Minerals Management Office, or excuse me, Department of Mineral Resources, apologize for that, would have the authority to make that change without the necessity of a hearing?
That would be great.
Okay. And then let's go to L7.
L7 is from order number 32221. And what I wanted to point out in part 10, at this point in time, Ovintiv was operating, and they were seeking to respace sections 30 and 31 and 6 and 7 from two stand-up 1280s into a single 1920, being 31, 6, 7. And in that case, they testified that BLM Section 30 had been suspended from operations for, at that point in time, about 11 years. So something was going on with BLM that they were not allowing that well to be drilled. I suspect that the BLM not having worked with Ovintiv to drill may be why the Section 30 was allowed to be worked. So again, we're trying to offer a solution that if we can work with the BLM, we can include it, and if we can't, then we need flexibility.
But you believe it's worth a try, do you not, to try to get the section that's under the control of the BLM leased so that you can move forward with your 1920?
Absolutely.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Forgive me, I came into the hearing late. Who am I speaking with?
Jonathan Baker,
Jonathan
land
Baker?
witness, SOGC. You missed some awesome testimony.
I started with like L2. Anyway, so to make sure I understand correctly, your intent is that the commission would establish this as a 1920, but have some language in the order for the director to issue an administrative order, respacing it back to a 1280 if it could be shown that that Section 30 cannot be leased.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bartholomew,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury, testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Lee, state your full name, please.
Lee Marston Bartholomew,
And Lee, by whom are you employed?
SOGC,
What capacity?
as the subsurface manager.
And you're a geologist by education and training, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Lee, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as G1. Can you tell us what G1 is?
Yes, this is a G1 of the structure map showing the top middle Bakken relative to the proposed spacing. The depths are in sub-C TBD, showing the formation is dipping gradually to the northwest. Now, you'll notice the line 8A prime is showing the location of wells that are used in the cross-section that are exhibited, or that are shown in exhibit G2.
Okay, let's go to G2.
So G2 is a stratigraphic cross-section along the line 8A prime shown in exhibit G1 on the top of the middle, where it's flattened on the top of the middle Bakken, showing that the formation we're targeting is present continuous throughout the acreage.
I have no further questions of the geologic witness.
Any questions from staff?
Lee, just confirming your intended target is the middle Bakken in this case?
That's correct.
And the two wells, the leftern A and the middle well on this cross-section, they don't show the Bakken going all the way through, but those must be middle Bakken horizontal wells, and you're just showing the log from the horizontal?
Yes, that's correct. We don't have a whole lot of type wells going deeper out in this section, and I'd have to go significantly off our acreage to the east to find one. But the lower Bakken shale does continue further on through this acreage.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nelson,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mark, state your full name for the record.
Mark Douglas Mills,
And Mark, by whom are you employed?
SOGC.
In what capacity?
The drilling and Williston Basin Operations Manager.
And you're an engineer, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
I graduated from Montana Tech in 2012 with a Bachelor of Science Petroleum Engineering degree. I spent my first 11 and a half years at Hess, working in
various production and drilling engineering roles across Utica Basin, Williston Basin, Deepwater Gulf of Mexico, and offshore Guyana. And I hired on here with SOGC last January in this role.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning SOGC's request?
Yes, sir.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Mark, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been marked E1. Can you identify E1 and then very briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit?
Yeah, so we're just showing the two proposed 1920 acre spacing units here that Jonathan had earlier discussed. We're proposing 5 middle Bakken wells per DSU, spaced at 1,000 feet, represented by the red dash line, and then the solid black line are the existing producing middle Bakken laterals.
All right, and E2?
This is just a zoomed-in view of the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit of Section 30, 19, and 18, Township 14798.
And E3?
Again, a zoomed-in view of this 1920 spacing unit, Section 32, 29, and 20 in Township 14798.
E4?
Just showing our standard box well construction design. Got 958 circle casing, 7-inch intermediate set into the middle Bakken, and then a 4.5-inch cemented liner. We frack our wells at about 210 feet per stage, so that would work out to about 71 stages for these proposed wells.
Okay, and E5?
This is just showing the reservoir characteristics of our proposed spacing units used for economics on E6.
Looks like the characteristics are very similar or identical. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go to E6.
Okay, here's the economics we ran for these 3-mile laterals. So we used a strip price from March 31st for both oil and gas. We're assuming our capital cost drilling completion facilities at $11.08 million per well, assuming a working interest of 100% and NRI of 82.5%. Looking at an MPV discounted at 9%, looking at just over $8 million per well, an IRR just under 64%, and a payout of 2.79 years. I would just add, I guess, going back up to the top table, we're assuming an EUR of 736,000 barrels of oil.
And Exhibit 7, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
It will.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, on Exhibit E1, if Section 30 is not able to be made into a 1920 space unit, would the surface hole location get moved up to what appears to be a little yellow block there that you're showing and shared on that pad, or is that known at this time where it would go?
More than likely, it would stay at that yellow pad, just because we are in the Badlands region and surface locations are tough to come by there.
The current well bores that exist, are those are SOGC producing wells, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you intend to continue to produce those wells, or would you plug those wells?
So the laydown, we would continue to produce and hope for an uplift after we frack the new well. But the Watson well, the stand-up, we would P&A that well after bringing those other wells online.
Okay. And the first well that you indicated, would you be doing any completion changes, setbacks in your stages, anything along those lines for the new proposed wells when you cross that well, or when you complete next to that well?
No, sir.
What's your intended spud date?
So our intended bud date here is early 2030. But we're planning to start our development in this area in the northeast, and we, as Jonathan pointed out, we need a little extra time for Section 30 for nomination and leasing because the BLM mineral and also U.S. Forest Services surface.
When those wells are drilled on the pad, are you gonna batch drill them?
The plan is to, yes, as of now, that could change.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31670. Case number 31300. Application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bluffton Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 162 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. This case has been continued to our May hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31300. Case number 31301. Application of Stevens Willison LLC doing business as SEG Willison LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bluffton Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to establish an overlapping 1920 acre stand-up space unit comprised of all of sections 9, 16, and 21, Township 162 North, Range 97 West, and authorizing the drilling, completion, and production of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on such proposed spacing unit and such other relief as is appropriate. This case has been continued to our May hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31301. Case number 31676. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Ranch Coulee Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13, 24, and 25, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and such further relief. This case has been continued to our May hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31676. Case number 31238. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek Charlie Bob Bakken Pool to establish a 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 29 and 32, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, and sections 5 and 8, Township 145 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and to authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31238. Case number 31678. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Scabo Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre space unit described as sections 20, 21, 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 160 North, Range 98 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and to authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 1056 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC. I have a total of 3 witnesses, 2 in person that you heard earlier, Mark Johnson and Eric Chivy, and then I have one I need to get on the phone. That will be Nick Daniele, who will be doing the geology.
And they are all still under oath.
Nick, you there? Okay, you'll be on the speaker.
Ready?
Okay, you still there, Nick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we'll go through case 31678. 31679 is very similar, so I'll have you call it, and then we'll just go through the differences between the exhibits, be a little more efficient. Call my first witness, Mr. Mark Johnson.
Hang on, let me call 31679 right now.
Oh, you can call it now.
Do you want me
yeah.
to call it at the same time, or?
We could and just do both of them together and make it a lot faster. So why don't you call one? Yes.
Okay, case number 31679. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Skabo-Bakken pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 21, 22, 27, 28, 33, and 34, Township 160 North, Range 98 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Now you can proceed.
Okay. Mark, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Mark Johnson. My work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
For whom do you work and in what capacity?
I'm the Executive Vice President of Land, Regulatory, and HSE for Phoenix Operating.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this hearing?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Johnson be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters.
Motion is granted, but you don't need to, there, he's already sworn in.
Okay, we don't need to do that?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe the contents of that exhibit?
Exhibit 1's are Phoenix's regional map. You can see the boxes in question are what we consider Phoenix-controlled DSUs. The unit that we're speaking about today is right on the Divide-Williams County border. As you go into Exhibit 2, you can zoom in a little bit further and again see all the blue spacing units that Phoenix controls. The one we are speaking about today is outlined in red. It's a 3840 spacing unit. As you go to Exhibit 3, you can zoom in again, and I will give you some detail here. So you might be saying, oh, these wells are operated by PetroHunt. So yes, we are currently working a deal with PetroHunt. They've given us permission to be here today to ask for these lease line wells on the eastern side, which is consistent with what we've done in that whole area. I would also tell you that this was previously spaced as 3-milers last year by a field order with one well, and on today's administrative docket, we have cases on there to increase the density in the regular base units to 6 wells. So we're just here speaking about the lease lines, but we're kind of going through the whole process today with the blessing of PetroHunt. So again, on Exhibit 3, you can see the 3840 spacing unit comprised of sections 20, 21, 29, 28, 32, and 33, where Phoenix has a 38.6% working interest. Existing wells in there will come with the transaction that we close with PetroHunt, and those are Three Forks wells.
And just for a little clarity, case 31679 that we'll talk about later is where in relation to the proposed unit?
It is the next unit to the east.
And I see at the bottom, Phoenix has a 38.6% working interest.
In this first one we're speaking of, and in the second one, we have a 51% working interest.
And will Phoenix cooperate with the other working interest owners in this proposed spacing unit when drilling the lease line well?
Yes.
And have you executed the gas capture affidavit that is Exhibit 9?
I have.
I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson and ask that exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Tom, I have a suggestion. I think Mark pretty much went through his land exhibits for both cases. I think it would make it more expedient if the witnesses go through the exhibits they sponsor in both cases at the same time.
Oh, you'd rather do it that way?
In this case, yes.
Okay. Mark, would you then turn to exhibit, it would be exhibit number 3?
Yeah, Exhibit 3 on case 31679, again, is just the zoomed-in view of the 3840 that we're speaking about, with a lease line well on the east side of the base section of 21, 28, and 33. But this 3840 spacing unit is sections 21, 22, 27, 28, 33, and 34. And as previously mentioned in this 3840, after the deal with Petro Hunt is complete, we'll have 50.8%.
And you will also cooperate with the other working interest owners?
Yes.
And turn to exhibit 2, if you would, please, and just refresh the commission's memory on where this unit is in relation to the one we just talked about in the prior case.
It is directly to the east, and you'll actually see on Exhibit 3 it says Williams County. That's actually Divide County. I can resubmit that if needed.
Okay. I would like the exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 on 31679 admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, just to confirm, the increased density case that you referenced earlier is for the 1920 of 21, 28, and 33. That's on this docket as case 31703?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the other one is the next one, 31704, with 20, 29, and 32.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, Nick, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
And you heard that you're still under oath?
Yep.
And do you have the same geologic exhibits for 31678 as 31679?
Yes, with the exception of the proposed unit.
Okay, using the exhibit in 31678, Exhibit 4, please describe the contents of that exhibit.
Yes, this is the subsea structure map on top of the Middle Bakken. Middle Bakken wells are shown with black dots to toes. Three Forks wells are shown with purple dots to toes. The structure in this area dips slightly from north to south.
And do you have a type log on this exhibit?
Yes, on 31678, the A to A prime got misplaced, but on 31679 is correct. So the cross section A in the west and A prime.
Okay. Using exhibit number 5, please describe that cross section.
Exhibit 5 is cross section, similar cross section on both hearing case numbers, showing the type log of the main well used for the reservoir parameters shown below. Track 1 gamma ray, track 2 is resistivity, and track 3 is porosity.
And do you have the reservoir characteristics that you anticipate on the bottom of exhibit 5?
Yes, sir.
Briefly explain those.
The parameters shown for the Middle Bakken needs a BOI of 1.5. We feel 8.6 million barrels per section for the Middle Bakken. Three Forks using the parameters shown, and a 1.5 BOI as well, would yield about 3.5 million barrels per section.
Would you please explain to the staff why, when we're asking for a Middle Bakken well, that you're discussing Three Forks as well?
Yes, with the increased density and the additional application on the administrative docket, we are postulating whether we want to test the Three Forks in the area so we can know if it's viable or not. There's been various Three Forks tests in the area, but at an older vintage. Some of them show promising results. We just want to make sure we're developing all of this properly.
And is the Middle Bakken President continuous across the entire spacing unit? I have no further questions for Mr. Daniele and would ask that Exhibits 4 and 5 in both cases be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Nick, that testimony you provided on potentially testing the Three Forks, would that test be on one of these section line spacing units?
No, it would be a base unit.
Okay, and when it was drilled, I guess, would you be targeting upper Three Forks?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Shivy, you heard that you're still under oath?
Yes, I have.
Starting with Exhibit 6, would you please discuss your proposed well bore?
Yes, it's the same on both case numbers. It's our standard casing design with surface casing, intermediate set through the Bakken, and a 4.5-inch liner cemented in place. With the 3-mile laterals, we typically complete these with 80 frac stages.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, and it's going to be a little bit different for
Correct.
both dockets. Explain 31678 first and then do 31679.
Okay, 31678 shows the proposed lease line well on the hard line between sections 20, 21, 28, 29, 32, and 33. That would be a planned Middle Bakken well drilled from the denoted pad there on section 32. This would be batch drilled with the other wells, in-unit wells. Presumably around Q2, Q3 of this year is when it's on our drill schedule. And then on Exhibit 6 for case number 31679, very similar layout, except the pads in section 33 and that lease line Middle Bakken well is proposed to be on the hard line between sections 21, 22, 27, 28, 33, and 34.
You mean Exhibit 7, right?
Well, I'm sorry, Exhibit 7, pardon me.
Okay. And you have some wells and some numbers on each of these exhibits. Would you please explain what those numbers are and the significance of them?
Yes, this is the existing wells that were drilled. Majority of them are Three Forks wells, testing at the lower bench. Again, we're planning possibly testing some Three Forks in our other exhibits that we submitted, but I'm just showing that the current production to date on those wells.
And all those wells are Three Forks wells?
Correct.
Using the reservoir parameters that Mr. Daniele testified, would you describe the well economics on Exhibit 8?
Yes, on Exhibit 8 is just top part is our reserves. It's typically, we estimate 630,000 barrels of oil recoverable from each well. Average GOR in the area is around 1,100 SCF per barrel. The economics below were run on a $70 flat oil price, realizing, yes, oil prices are a little below that right now. Net gas price of $2.50 an MCF. Drill and complete costs are approximately $10 million each. That includes the facilities associated with the well. OpEx are included. This is run at 100% assumed working interest with a 20% royalty. Yields a cash flow of $19.5 million per well. Internal rate of return of approximately 35% with a payout just under 2 years. And that is the same for case number 31678 and 31679.
Okay. I have no further questions from Mr. Shivy and would tender his exhibits 6, 7, 8, and 9 in both cases for admission into the record. And if I didn't include Exhibit 9, the gas capture affidavit with Mark, I'd like to do that now as well.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Okay, that concludes our hearings for case numbers 31678 and 31679. Case number 31680, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Ranch Creek and/or Charlie Bob Bakken Pools to establish a stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as Section 31, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, and Section 6 and 7, Township 145 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 1056 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating. Have the same 3 witnesses.
And they are still under oath.
Okay, Mark, are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, starting with Exhibit 1, please describe the area we're discussing today, and I believe that it's different than the prior 2 hearings.
It is. Exhibit 1 is in the southeastern corner of McKenzie County. On Exhibit 1, again, you can see areas highlighted in blue that we believe we would like to operate or have significant working interest in. As you zoom into Exhibit 2, again, you can see the sections in questions in question here today. Section 6 and 7 of 14598 and Section 31 of 14698 outlined in red in McKenzie County. As you zoom into Exhibit 3, you can get a finer detail of the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit of Sections 31, 14598, and Section 31 of 14698 and 6 and 7 of 14598. In this proposed 1920 spacing unit, Phoenix currently has a 35.5% working interest.
And as with other units, you'll work with other working interest owners?
Yes, sir.
And have you prepared the gas capture affidavit, which is Exhibit 9?
I have.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
I noticed in Section 4, I think, it looks like there's unleased federal or BLM acreage. Does that sound about right?
I mean...
6, I think.
I do not know. That probably might be the case. I am unaware of that at the moment.
I'll just bring to your attention, the BLM did submit a letter similar to the one we talked about before, that Mark probably identified as the unleased mineral letter that they, I guess, typically submit when there are unleased minerals, so.
Okay.
I don't have a copy of the letter with me, but.
Okay. So yes, there obviously is then.
Okay. Thank you.
That's Section 4?
6.
6? Okay.
Yeah, I said 4.
Okay, ready for Nick?
Yes.
Nick, starting with Exhibit 4, would you please describe the geology in this area, including your cross-section and the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, sir. Exhibit 4 is a subsea structure map on top of the Middle Bakken. Proposed 1920 acre spacing units highlight red. Middle Bakken horizontal producers are black dots. 3/4 horizontal producers are in purple dots. Structure in this area tips from north to south slightly, and highlighted on the western side.
Okay, on Exhibit 5, describe the type log as well as your cross-section, and then the reservoir parameters you have at the bottom.
Yep, the type log used for this area is the well on the left, typical log here, gamma ray, and porosity, using the parameters from the type log and a BOI of 1.5 equal to about 4.6 million barrels of suboil input perception.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Daniele and ask that Exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chevy, would you start with Exhibit 6, and if there are any differences between this exhibit and the others you've shown, explain, otherwise we can just move on?
Very good. Yes, this Exhibit 6 is just as identical to the previous two I testified. These are planned as 3-mile laterals, cemented 4.5-inch liner in place.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, please describe Phoenix's anticipated development of this spacing unit if granted.
If granted, we would develop this 1920 with 4 Middle Bakken wells match drilled. Currently not on our drill schedule, but as I work it up, it would probably anticipate the end of this year to Q1 of next year for spud. We have identified a pad, a possible pad location up in the northeast corner of Section 31 I highlight there.
Okay, and using the reservoir properties that Nick testified to using Exhibit 8, describe the well economics?
Yes, the first table is the ARPS parameters equations for a decline curve. This yields an EUR per well of 520 MBO. GOR is slightly higher in this area at 2,700 SCF per barrel. With the 4 wells, we would anticipate a recovery factor of this unit about 13 to 14%. The economics below, again, run on similar, the identical price, $70 flat oil, $2.50 gas, $10 million well cost, that's all the same. Gross economics, again, on this yields a cash flow of $15.1 million with the assumed royalty rate of 20%. Internal rate of return for us is calculated right around 17% and a payout of approximately 37 months.
And Phoenix will operate a well with an internal rate of return of 17%?
Yes. When you look at the project economics, I think as in previous testimonies, when you include saltwater disposal on location and match drilling, it makes project economics very attractive to us.
I would ask that Exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31680. Thank you. Case number 31681, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Ranch Creek and/or Bennett Bakken pools to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as Section 1 and 12, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, and Sections 25 and 36, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. Concludes the hearing for case number 31681. Case number 31264, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Knife Bakken pool to establish a 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, and 17, Township 144 North, Range 98 West, Billings County, North Dakota, and to authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. Concludes our hearing for case number 31264. Moving to the supplement. Case number 31317, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an emergency order creating a 1280 acre drilling unit comprised of sections 30 and 31, Township 162 North, Range 95 West, Divide County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well within said drilling unit and such other and further relief. This case has been continued to our May hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31317. Case number 31478. Application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool and/or Twin Buttes Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, to create and establish the following. 1. 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4 and 9, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 7 wells on said proposed 1280-acre spacing unit. And 2. An overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. This case has been continued to our May hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31478. That concludes our hearings for the day.